Welcome, everyone. We'll call the meeting back to order. Just before we go into public meetings, I'm just going to lay some ground rules so everybody knows what's going to happen. We have a variety of different public planning meetings this evening and delegations, so we do have a very busy agenda. I am going to ask that everybody respect everyone. We want to refrain from clapping because we want to make sure that everybody feels the right to come up and speak during the public meeting for or against an application. Also, I will say to anybody who's presenting that if you've presented something already to be part of the agenda, assume council has read it. Be efficient with your time and make sure that we can get everybody through here as quick as possible. It's a beautiful evening. I'm sure a lot of people would rather be outside somewhere else than in here. Not me and the rest of the council, but I get it. So with that, I will declare the public meeting to be open. This meeting is being constituted as a public meeting held under the Planning Act to consider proposed amendments to Consolidated Zoning Bylaw 044160. Any person in attendance, including those participating virtually, may make a presentation to council in support or opposition to the zone change applications. Individuals who wish to receive the decision of council on any application being considered this evening must sign the record of attendance outside the council chamber or submit a written request to the attention of the town clerk, Danielle Richard, at danielle.richard@ingersoll.ca. The Ontario Land Tribunal has the power to dismiss any appeal under subsection 25, and if appellant has not provided counsel with oral submissions at a public meeting or written submission before a bylaw is passed under this section. The application to be heard this evening concerns application ZN 6-24-06. Sorry, my bad, first wrong one. ZN 6-24-10 block. We're over here. ZN 62501 412 Bell Street, Escalade Property Corp. Does any member of council have a conflict of interest on the application to be considered? Seeing none, has the clerk received any additional correspondence on the application that has not been noted on the agenda?
Additional signatures for the petition associated with this application were received today, and they have been circulated to council.
Thank you very much. I now request Planner Heather Sinclair to provide an overview of the application and explanation of the requested zoning amendment, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good evening, Council. The first application on tonight's public meeting agenda is for an official plan amendment and zone change that have been requested to facilitate the construction of a new 5-story, 49-unit apartment building on the subject lands, which are located on the north side of Bell Street, as shown on Plate 1 of the staff report, between Scarfield Drive and McKeon Street. To facilitate the proposal, the applicant is requesting to redesignate the subject lands from service commercial to high-density residential and to rezone the property from Highway Commercial Zone HC to a special residential Type 4 zone with a number of site-specific amendments to the R4 zone, including a reduction to the minimum lot area per unit from 110 square meters to 97.7 square meters, a reduction to the minimum required amenity space per unit from 40 square meters to 19.5 square meters, relief from the provisions of section 9.2.1 as no children's play area is being proposed, and relief from the provisions of section 519 to reduce the required number of parking spaces from 85 to 79, which would be broken down to provide 69 regular parking spaces, whereas 74 are typically required, and 7 visitor parking spaces, whereas 8 are typically required, and no relief has been requested to the minimum number of barrier-free spaces. The subject lands currently or previously contained a single detached dwelling, which has recently been removed, and are approximately 1.2 acres in size with 192 feet of frontage on Bell Street and an approximate depth of 320 feet. Surrounding land uses consist of single detached dwellings to the north on Scarfield Drive, Louis' Restaurant to the west, residential uses to the south, and lands designated service commercial to the southwest and east, as well as existing public parks in the vicinity, which include the Scarfield Park and to the north and Woodhatch Park to the south. In support of the applications, a planning justification report, a servicing feasibility study, and a shadow impact study have been provided, and town and county staff have requested that if approved, a traffic impact study, a stormwater management plan, and a functional servicing report would be provided at the time of site plan approval, which would also include the full typical site plan submissions, such as lot grading and drainage, servicing plans, as well as landscaping plans, photometric plans, and if required, a hydrogeological study and geotechnical reports. So as noted, the subject lands are currently designated service commercial in the official plan and zoned as highway commercial in the zoning bylaw, which do include a wide range of large-scale commercial uses geared towards the traveling public, such as car dealerships, household supply stores, grocery stores, gas stations, restaurants, hotels and motels, and laundromats. The applications were circulated in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act, and a petition with approximately 45 signatures was received in opposition to the proposal, together with comments from a number of residents along Scourfield Drive. A number of emails were received from surrounding property owners to the north with questions regarding the proposal that have been addressed by staff. And one letter from the residents on Scourfield Drive requested an alternative design concept with a 3 to 4 story building, stating that the subject lands are too small to accommodate a 5-story building with the necessary parking. The letter provides that a reduction to the proposed height would have less of an impact on the environment and the residents, and would allow for increased living space for future renters and increased parking areas. The letter also provided that a range of reports, such as the hydrogeological and geotechnical assessment, a watershed study, and a shadow study should be provided prior to approval, and that if approved, a privacy fence and tree line should be established to buffer noise from the proposal. The letter also included a number of questions regarding tenancy, building construction and design materials, as well as questions with respect to garbage collection and how lighting spillover would be contained. So that's an overview of the proposal, and staff will follow up with a subsequent report, including comments received from our agency circulations and a planning recommendation at a future meeting, which is scheduled for May 12th, with a subsequent meeting of County Council to follow to consider the official plan amendment application. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. I now request, does the applicant or the representative have any comments to make concerning the application? If so, please come up to the lectern and just state your name. We do have a 10-minute limitation, which I will be strictly enforcing this evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members, staff, and members of the public. My name is Olia, and I'm a planner with SBM Ltd, and along with Paul, my colleague, I am here today. I would like to take this time to say thank you for being here, and for Heather for all the work that she has done associated with this application and presentation. I will be doing a quick presentation in respect of everybody's time, and we are submitting an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for the subject site 412 Bell Street in the town of Ingersoll in the county of Oxford. The purpose of this application is to permit a 5-story apartment building consisting of 49 units on the subject site. The site is on a lot fronting Bell Street, which is an arterial road, and the site is 0.47 hectares in size and has a lot frontage of 57.3 meters. As shown, the surrounding context consists of commercial to the west, a mix of commercial with residential to the east, low-density residential to the north, and the arterial road and low-density residential to the south. The development concept is a 5-story residential building containing 49 units, as I mentioned. The breakdown is 11 one-bedroom units, 38 two-bedroom units, 69 residential parking, 7 visitor parking, 3 barrier-free parking, and balconies and shared amenity space. I had all the policy work, but I think Heather covered it, so I will be skipping that. So what our ask is today is an amendment to Schedule I-1 in the Oxford County Official Plan from service commercial to residential. Our second ask is amend Schedule I-2 in the Oxford County Official Plan to designate the subject site to high-density residential. Lastly, we are asking to amend the Town of Ingersoll zoning bylaw from highway commercial to special residential R4. We are asking for special provisions in order to accommodate our proposed development. The special provisions that we are requesting is a reduced lot area of 97.7 meters square per unit, whereas 110 per unit is required. We are asking for a reduced amenity area of 19.5 per unit, whereas 40 meters square per unit is required. No children's outdoor play area, whereas 50 meters square is required. a reduction in parking spaces of 79 spaces, whereas 85 is required. I'm just going to speak to the justifications of our special provisions request. So we are asking for a reduced 97.7 meters per unit, whereas 110 per unit is required. The purpose of this regulation is to regulate density and ensure the development has sufficient area for utilities, parking, amenity space, and setbacks. In this case, the reduced lot area may be considered minimal, as it does not significantly impact the function or design of the development. The reduction in lot area facilitates successful development with density that is suitable for this infill and intensification, providing additional housing for Ingersoll, for the residents of Ingersoll. Next is the amenity area reduction and no children play area. So the proposed apartment building provides amenity space in the form of private balconies and communal amenity space to the northeast of the site. The reduction in amenity area and no children's play area that is provided is offset by the proximity of all the parks that are within a 3-kilometer radius of the subject site. Future residents can enjoy and explore the parks, the open space, community center, and schools, all features which make up a complete community. Further, the current zoning only requires 15% of landscape open space, whereas the proposal provides 34%. So, as of right, there is an increase of open space, and so it would be increased. And lastly, the reduction in parking spaces. We have 79 parking spaces are provided, whereas 85 is required. So the ratio is 1.4 parking spaces per unit. Some of the units are 1 bedroom, and not every 1 bedroom requires 2 parking spaces. So we think 1.4 is a minimal reduction, and it is sufficient for the residents in this building. So I do want to address, I understand there's a lot of public concerns, and I do want to address, and I respect all of the input that we received. So one of the concerns was the studies which have been completed. So at this stage, we have completed a topographical and legal survey has been complete, a servicing feasibility study, a geotechnical report, a shadow study has been done, and an environmental site assessment phase 1 and 2 has been done. As this proposal moves forward in this application, at the site plan stage, the studies that we will complete include traffic impact study, stormwater management plan, photometric plan, and grading plan. So based on the studies that we have completed, we find that the existing municipal infrastructure and proposed site surfaces have sufficient capacity to accommodate the 49 apartment building. The second concern was tenure. Would it be a rental? Would it be an ownership? It will be a rental apartment building geared to seniors and professionals, so that seniors of Ingersoll can age in place. Another question or concern was amenity, and within proximity of the proposed development, there is parks such as Woodhedge Park, Scourfield Park, Garnet Elliott Park, Victoria Park Community Center, schools such as Laurie Hawkins Public School, Foodland Grocery Store, and Via Rail train station within 2.5 kilometers. In conclusion, I would like to thank you for your time and for listening to our application. And we believe that this application should be approved by council for the following reasons. It is consistent with the policies of the Provincial Planning Statement 2024. It conforms to the general intent of the Oxford County Official Plan, and the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw would permit a 5-story, 49-unit apartment building and would contribute to the needs of the housing types and tenure in Ingersoll. We believe that the proposed development is well suited for increased density given the location along an arterial road and proximity to community amenities and services. We also believe that the proposed development has been designed to be sensitive to the adjacent low-density residential uses using larger building setbacks than required, as well as fencing, and we believe, and any screening or landscaping could be done as mitigation. I'd like to thank you for your time, and I'm here for any questions that you may have, along with my colleague Paul. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I will now open the meeting to comments from the public. This portion of the meeting provides the opportunity for individuals to speak to the application and other comments considered by the planner and council before a report and recommendation on the requested zoning amendment is brought forward for a decision at a subsequent council meeting. Any person from the audience wishes to provide comments in support or opposition to the application may do so now by coming forward to the lectern and stating their name and address for the public record. And I will request that if someone else has made the comments that you were looking to make, then we will, those will be considered the same as if you made them, so try not to repeat those concerns. I know the community has put forward a lot of those in writing, which is a good idea as well. Again, we will not be making a decision tonight. All that information will be gathered, and then the planners will take that into consideration. It's something that's a little bit different here in Ingersoll than in other communities. So I will now come on. Would anybody like to speak to the application, for or against? Welcome. Please come up to the lectern.
Good evening. My name is Mary Pat Bollock, and I live at 24 Scourfield Drive. A neighborhood meeting was held recently with 26 people in attendance and regrets from a number of others. I was asked to speak tonight on their behalf. Out of that meeting, as well as a number of other smaller meetings, a petition with 43 signatures was submitted to share our views, raise our concerns, and summarize our questions. In the interest of time and efficiency, I'm not going to review that submission now. We're definitely passionate about our town and see it as a vibrant, growing community, and we want it to stay that way. We recognize the need for the provision of housing that is affordable to low to moderate income households, even if it is literally in our backyards. The provincial planning statement encourages the development and redevelopment of underutilized commercial and institutional sites for residential use, and we couldn't agree more. We recognize that most of us in our group don't have any expertise when it comes to zoning and planning, but we have looked to the provincial planning statement for insight, as well as to those who are the experts, Heather, as well as the town council here. We thank you for your patience with all of our questions and your thorough answers. Section 2.2 of the provincial planning statement indicates that planning authorities shall provide for an appropriate range and mix of housing options and densities to meet projected needs of current and future residents of the immediate area. Section 2.2, number 1 goes on to say that all housing options are required to meet the social, health, economic, and well-being requirements of current and future residents. We are reassured knowing that current residents matter and will be taken into consideration. There are a few things I would like to highlight. One of our areas of concern is the building itself and privacy. The applicant has requested special provisions that have already been noted. I will skip that. We understand that amendments are granted all the time, and that is a regular part of planning. The number of amendments and special provisions requested seem to indicate that the building is too big for the space. Not only are we concerned about the quality of space that will be provided for tenants, we're also concerned about the environmental impact and potential issues that could arise. At what point does the number of amendments for one project compromise the integrity and intentions of the bylaws and building code requirements? Regulations are in place to establish minimum requirements and ensure some level of consistency. Rather than compromising on all of the areas requested, it would seem to make more sense to take the size of the property and figure out the appropriate number of units. Loss of privacy is a major concern regardless of the size of the building. There's a well-established neighborhood adjacent to this property that has been single-family, low-density residential since it was built 18 years ago. Placing a multiple-story building on an adjacent property will have a huge impact on privacy, noise, lighting, parking, potential drop in property value. Given the proposed building, it will be very difficult to mitigate some of these issues. There is no usable green space on the proposed building site. Should the requested amendments get approved, we are concerned that tenants looking for places for recreation and area for pets will lead them to trespass onto adjacent private property. This is not safe, particularly for children and young teens, with a wooded area, steep hills, and an ever-changing water level in the creek. This also adds to the invasion of privacy. The pond, or the park on Scourfield has an open water drainage pond in the park, which would be the closest location for people to go to. It was interesting to read the part of the applicant's submission taking from the provincial planning statement, and I quote, "High-density residential development will generally be discouraged adjacent to low-density residential development, except where considerable separation between low-density residential areas and the proposed high-density development exists. We would like clarification on this statement. What would constitute considerable separation between the existing low-density area and the proposed build?" The submission goes on to set out expectations for town council and county decision-making. The size, configuration, and topography of the site is such that there is sufficient flexibility for site design to mitigate adverse effects on the amenities and character of any adjacent residential development. The development results in a gradual transition from low-profile residential buildings to higher profile, and adequate off-street parking and outdoor amenity areas can be provided. These are just a few of the expectations, but a tall order to fill in this case. With the proposed build, it would require the loss of every mature tree on the property, and that would be the opposite of preserving the features in the natural environment. Is there a different size or model of build that would allow for a compromise and the preservation of at least part of the natural environment? Our group very much appreciates the level of consideration being given to this proposal by requiring the number of studies and plans that have been mentioned previously. These will certainly address many of our questions and concerns. We look forward to hearing the results as well as receiving a response to the other detailed concerns and questions summarized in our submission. We would like to understand Ingersoll's vision and long-term plan for this neighborhood. This is a complicated decision that will have significant implications for both current and new residents and the environment. It will also set a precedent for other projects in the future. New housing is important, and the right balance is in here somewhere. We trust that this decision is in good hands. Thank you for hearing us out and for the amazing work that you do. Your commitment to our town and your dedication is recognized and appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the community did a very good job of selecting a person to speak. Well done. It's never easy. Would anybody else like to speak to the application? Please come forward.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Hi, everybody. My name is Jeff Bonnyman. I'm on Scourfield as well, number 28. And I'm just curious how the decision process goes for rezoning in this case, considering that we don't seem to have the exact details of the building that's going to be too big for the property. So I just was curious how the process, how you decide on putting in a building that's too big for a property and that kind of thing. So I just wonder if there's some clarification on that.
Okay. Would the planner give an explanation of the planning process? Try to answer the question, please.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the question. The applicants do have a clear idea of their proposed development and their design, and they have requested the site-specific provisions to the zoning bylaw to be amended based on the design that they're proposing, which is the 5-story, 49 units, as well as their proposed parking layout. So they do know what they are looking for, and they've made the requested amendments based on their design that's proposed. So if council is supportive of the proposal, the first step would be to amend the official plan policy designation to allow for high-density residential development. And then, once County Council has implemented that amended policy, an amending bylaw would come back to Town Council for the consideration of each of those proposed site-specific development provisions. And so if that's approved, then those development provisions would facilitate the applicant's design on the subject lands.
Thank you very much, and if anybody's looking for further information or clarification, please contact Heather Sinclair, the planner. She'll be more than happy to discuss planning matters and the process. We have great planners that can facilitate that for you. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak to the application? Yep. Welcome.
My name's Richard Young. I'm at 23 Scorefield Drive. Just a quick one with that. I understand there's so many variances that are being requested here. We are not unsympathetic to the plight of lack of housing in Canada in general. That being said, we are asking that a proper building be built there that meets with the guidelines that you guys have set out for this area. As it sits now, you're asking for a for-profit company to put in more than what should be in there according to the guidelines that will decrease the value of our homes. So Mary Pat has eloquently put all the other things, but there's so much to consider there. The park on Scorefield Drive has no parking. There's limited parking already on Scorefield Drive. So if people are to go there to bring their children, because the apartment building is not going to provide a park as supposed to happen, then that's a problem. The park down the road, you have to cross an extremely busy street to get to. Some of the green area from the thing is out front on the road. How is somebody gonna play on the 3-foot or 5-foot grass that's around the edge of the building? There just seems to be no way that that building should be built there. So again, we're not unsympathetic. We're asking you to follow the rules and the guidelines for amenity space, for parking space, everything that have been established, and keep it to that.
Thank you very much. Any further, please come forward.
My name is Jim McBride. I live at 50 Kerr. My neighbor, Dennis Cosgrove at 67 Kerr is here as well. We've also had discussions among neighbors. And like, for example, my backyard has a direct line to that building. If it's 5 stories tall, privacy in my backyard is gone. Dennis's backyard exactly faces, he backs onto Haynes, and his deck would be, you know, again, everybody in that building could look down over his property. The other concern is, I know that the representative said that 1.4 parking spaces should be plenty. I don't know if too many couples anymore where the husband and wife don't both have vehicles. So even if it is 1 unit of built apartments and 2 units apartments, you know, again, I don't know what the logistics of all that is, but it would seem that it's not enough parking. And I did hear comments about making it a 3-story or a 4-story possibly. It would certainly alleviate some of the privacy concerns. And as the last gentleman just said, as far as the parking, yeah, it's just down the street is the one. We have a lot of subsidized housing in behind us with the Adam Oliver townhouses. And I back onto Ingersoll Street, so, you know, I see that every day out of my backyard. So, you know, I don't know if this is intended to be low income or, you know, just, it said it was geared to seniors, excuse me, seniors and people with no children. But if it's low income, I think we have a pretty good mix of low income just already very close to Scourfield and Kerr and that area. Okay, so obviously, as it's proposed, we're not in favor of it either, as from the Kerr Crescent area. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? Yep, please come forward.
If we could just, it's Paul Hine from Strict Alderman Manez, if we could just respond to some of the comments raised.
I'm just going to wait to see if there's any more further comments, and then absolutely. Yeah. Go ahead.
Evening. My name is Bob Weeks. I'm at 27 Scorefield, directly behind the proposed site. And I know it's already been mentioned in the report. It hasn't really been brought up here tonight. And if I'm repeating, I apologize, but drainage is a huge issue in that area. Scorefield Drive, the drainage on Scorefield isn't even appropriate for what we have right now. And if we have more coming in, the only way I can describe it is my property slopes from the fence right to my house already. This property is going to be nothing but a parking lot and a building. That water's got to go somewhere. When the snow's collected, it can't sit there. It's going to have to be hauled out, from my point of view, because it's got nowhere to go but in my backyard. So I wanted to point that out. The other little thing is, I've been sitting here racking my brain trying to think of a 5-story anything in the area where we live. This building is going to be completely out of proportion with everything around it. There's nothing that tall at all. Just my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak to the application? See, no, please go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. My name is Paul Hind. I'm a planner with Strict Baldwin Menez, and we'd just like to respond to some of the comments that were raised just for clarification, not only to the residents, but also to the members of council and yourself. There were approximately 10 comments, issues that were raised by the public that I'd like to just go through very quickly and just provide some clarification. We understood that one of the comments was regarding the number of amendments that we are asking for. Yes, we were asking for 4 amendments, and one of them, a reduction to the minimum required amenity area of 40 meters squared, whereas we're only providing 19. When we calculated the 19%, we were just strictly using the balconies of each of the individual units. There is common amenity areas, obviously, within the building itself. The front foyer, for instance, the community mailbox area, the hallways, but we don't add that area in the amenity area. We were just strictly looking at it as being the private amenity solely devoted to the unit where we got the 19%. But if we were to do a larger calculation of inside the building where there's quite often meeting areas when you're picking up your mail in the front foyer, that number increases dramatically. The other thing in terms of parking, the town of Ingersoll has a parking standard of 1.5 units or spaces per unit. And it's my respectful opinion with the gray hair that I have and the longevity of me planning, 1.5 spaces per unit for apartment buildings is a rather excessive number when you look at the rest of or other municipalities throughout southwestern Ontario. The City of London, for instance, has just reduced their parking requirements to half a parking space per unit. And it's a direction to encourage the alternative modes of transportation, the walking, the cycling, the share rides, the things like that. It really comes down to the prospective renters. If they don't feel, if they have a 1-bedroom apartment but they have 2 cars, they're not going to rent the place. The owner is not going to be renting units if they're not going to be able to satisfy the desires of the rentee. And so it will be self-regulated by itself in terms of the number of parking spaces. In terms of a children's play area, it becomes a liability in apartment buildings. Very rarely do you see now in today, current developments, apartment playgrounds being constructed. There's a variety, as has already been heard, of the numerous parks in close proximity, easy walking distance, again, promoting the alternative modes of transportation, walking, cycling, and getting out in the fresh air. The other concerns that we heard was the loss of privacy. We still need to go through a site plan approval process. And we're here before council tonight seeking a confirmation to the zoning so that we can then move forward to the site plan stage. We don't want to be doing grading and stormwater management civil engineering designs if we don't know that council is supportive of the parking spaces, because we have very clearly, as Heather has indicated, a strong indication that's been presented in our proposal summary reports and planning justifications and the planning reports that have been prepared, that we need that guidance to know this is where the building is going to go. We still need to do stormwater management. We still need to do grading, which will alleviate the concerns of runoff, which we're not allowed to do onto adjacent properties. And we'll be coming forward again, and that will also be addressing issues such as the photometric lighting, the landscaping, the buffering, the screening. Those are all things to be considered appropriately at a site plan stage, not at the zoning stage. But we need to have council's direction of zoning so that we can move forward to the next stage. One of the other issues was you've never seen a 5-story apartment building in this area. The town of Ingersoll has 2 high-density residential designated parcels of land in your municipality. One is centrally located in the town, and the other is on the extreme mid-eastern side of Ingersoll. And so this is going to provide for an additional opportunity for the town of Ingersoll Council to provide another further high-density residential designated area to accommodate intensification, infilling, maximizing the use of the property without exceeding any of the infrastructure that's already in place right now. So the 59 units that is being proposed on the development is going to be able to be accommodated within your existing infrastructure, which the municipality has invested significant and sufficient funds to provide those services to these areas. Parking, drainage, 5-story parking or park equipment, the loss of the trees. Again, we will be providing a landscape plan when we are going through the site plan approval process. The high density adjacent to low density, we're on an arterial road, and that is the best location to accommodate high density residential development. We're not needing to be cutting through the low density residential development in order to gain access to this site. And through the site plan stage and the traffic impact studies, we will be demonstrating that there's sufficient and safe ingress and egress to the site, whether we need to be putting in right turn lanes or left turn lanes or whatever, it'll all be dictated through a traffic impact study, which will be vented through the appropriate channels at the appropriate time. I think that in terms of the building, I would also just suggest that it's being oriented with the side of the building being a blank wall, which is abutting the residential. The balconies are going to be facing to the south over the truck lot or the commercial fast food restaurant. They're not oriented so that they're looking right into the backyards. Yes, somebody could stand out on the balcony and turn their head this way and look over the side, but it's not that you're going to have a large wall. You have the shortest side of the building abutting the 2 rear yards of the single family houses. And again, through trees and fencing, we're hoping to be able to screen that. I hope that clarifies some of the points that were raised by the public, and if council has any other questions, we'd be pleased to answer those. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak to the application? I will. Please come forward. Thank you.
I'm Jason Hines. I'm from 19 Scourfield. And just to your last point, if you're able to look over the restaurant, that means you're able to look in the backyards of, I believe it's, what's the last house number? I'll say 48, 58, whatever. You're easily able to look into those backyards, including just across the street from 19. I believe there's like a pool and young kids that are there that they'll be able to look into and look at as well. So that's, it's not that they'll not be able to see it. They can see it.
Thank you very much. Any further? Yep, please come forward. Thank you.
Brian from 14 Scarfield Drive. Just a few things to kind of respond to your answers to our questions and concerns. I moved here in 2020, I believe, to come to a small town, and Oxford County is surrounded by small towns, and the city of Woodstock's right in the middle. We aren't London, I don't believe. 1.2 or 1 car per unit, you can't control that. So the parking is a big problem, and it will cause trouble. Having a playground or a place for kids to play could be a hazard, I get it, but a parking lot surrounding where they live is a bigger hazard, and more dangerous than a playground. The intersection where you're looking to build, I'm pretty sure there's a section in parking that you have to be 27 feet or so from an intersection, and I don't know how you're going to accommodate that for a building that size. We want more houses here, but I don't think we want. There are 3 other towers, you said 5. That's a tower to us in Ingersoll. One is surrounded by bushes and trees and nothing, and is built in the right spot. The other one's downtown, I believe. Yeah, it's downtown. So I think we gotta figure out a better build for this lot. We've invested in our homes, and we don't want to see our investments go down. You guys are investing, or the owner is investing in this, and we're all here to kind of hopefully make a bit of money and enjoy our properties safely. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further, yes, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Brooke Hines. I live at 19 Scarfield Drive, and with all due respect, I don't believe you know Ingersoll very well, because I'm looking at it on my phone, and these apartments are supposed to be geared towards the elderly and younger people. The elderly will have to walk 30 minutes one way, as per Google Maps, just to reach a grocery store. Not to mention a corner store or a gas station or like anything. There is no infrastructure in our corner of Ingersoll. There's nothing out there for the elderly. I'm just wondering, like, why? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak to the application, either for or against? Seeing none, I do want to thank everybody. It's important that we do have this input during the process. That's what it's designed for, so everybody can have their input, so it can be considered during that. Members of council now have the opportunity to ask questions about the application, however they may not offer any comments at this time. Questions of council. Councillor Halleru and then Councillor Hughes, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, to the developer. I definitely understand your input and your contributions to our town. Thank you for wanting to come add more housing to our town. But I do have questions regarding the list of requirements within the zoning itself. There's some that are good reasons and some that I do wonder, are you open to making any adjustments to some of, are you open to making any adjustments by abiding with some of our existing bylaws? Would you like me to clarify the question?
That's an open-ended, Mr. Mayor.
So you're asking for zoning from commercial to residential. That's something that I would expect with an application.
Yes.
With existing to our existing requirements for, say, parking and, say, for example, when it comes to the parking, when it comes to other areas where, when you talk about the community or communal spaces. I thought there was actually going to be like a communal room, meeting room, or play area within the building, but it seems you're only referring to like open spaces within the walk around in the building. So if we could separate this application to abide by our existing parking, would that be something you're open to if you get the zoning change?
I think we've looked at an awful lot of variations of the build itself. This seems to work best from a financial standpoint and also providing the amenities as to what is important to the residents of the apartment building. The zoning bylaw is, that we're trying to follow the rules of, is a comprehensive zoning bylaw that applies to the entire town. And quite often, there's site-specific little variations, tweaks that are needed to be able to make the development as best as it can possibly be. We feel that we have articulated the reasoning as to why we are asking for those changes clearly and concisely in the planning justification report that has been vented through the planning staff. And we feel that, again, the issues with the parking, we feel that if it's going to be the desires of the prospective purchaser or the renter, if they want to reside in the apartment building, if they don't think that they have enough parking.
I just want to follow up to that. I'm very excited that we have a builder coming to add housing to our town. But just with all due respect, this is not London, where there is transportation.
If we could refrain from
So I'm asking a question. So the reason I'm asking is because we know our uniquenesses in Ingersoll, and we have experiences with parking on roads for areas that have been developed without parking. Would you be interested in keeping to meet our parking requirements if you get everything else? That's my question.
I think we would have to discuss that with the client, but at this point, we are seeking the reduction. It's very, very minor. The parking standards are 1.5. We're providing 1.4. We feel that it's not going to hinder the rentability of the units. Obviously, our client does not want to have a vacant apartment building because there's a lack of parking. So he's going to be investing a significant amount of money and feeling that this is appropriate for the development that he's going to be investing in the town of Ingersoll in. He feels that he'll be able to rent the 49 units with the parking of 0.6 per unit less.
But you are in a position to advise your client.
We will advise our client. I can't
All right, thank you.
state right now that we would be willing to deviate from anything.
Councilor Hughes, please.
Thank you. This is a question for the planner, Heather. Thank you, by the way. So they are asking for 4 variances. If, other than the variance to take it from, zone changing from commercial to high-density residential, if the other 3 requirements were not asked for, would this have been just issued a permit to build, or it would still have to come to us to do that zone change, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hughes. The official plan amendment and the zone change are required to establish the residential use. The additional site-specific provisions are to facilitate the requested design of the applicant. If, as of right now, the property is designated as service commercial, it's zoned as highway commercial, which does permit a wide range of heavy commercial uses. So as the applicant had indicated, right now, the highway commercial zone, for example, only requires a minimum of 15% landscaped open space, whereas in this case, the applicants are proposing 34%, so there would be an overall increase to the landscaped open space provided through a residential use. And then parking requirements would be based on the type of use. But there's other considerations if you're looking at what's permitted now as of right. For example, a hotel would be permitted to potentially 6 stories, whereas they're asking for 5 stories. And those would be permitted as of right without amendment to the zoning bylaw, but they would be subject to the town's site plan approval process to go through all of the issues that the residents have outlined today, like privacy and lot grading and drainage, light pollution and that sort of thing. So as of today, a heavy commercial use would be permitted on the property, but the official plan amendment and rezoning is required to establish that residential use, and then those site-specific provisions to establish the requested design of the developer.
Follow-up, just for my own clarification, it's going to be more of a statement, not just for clarification.
Does it end in a question, sir?
Sure, I'll make it end in a question. So my understanding is with zoning, the current zoning of highway commercial, there could potentially be an opportunity if somebody come to town and said, we want to build a 6-story hotel here, that there would be none of this other associated open public meetings.
Through your worship, that's correct. A hotel is permitted on the property as of right. It would be subject to site plan approval, which is an approval process that's done internally by staff. That's not subject to a public process. If, however, but the applicant, if a hotel, for example, was proposed, it would be required to comply with all of the highway commercial zoning provisions. So if the intended design for that hotel didn't comply with the existing zone provisions, they would be required to come to council and ask for that approval.
Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens, please.
Thank you. Through you to Heather. Heather, a resident brought forward the 27 meters or whatever that was to an arterial road. Can you comment further on that and whether where their parking is being suggested, are we far enough away? I do know how busy that road is, so that's why I'm asking the question.
Through your worship to Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens, I believe that provision is with respect to corner lots, meaning that driveways on corner lots are not permitted within that distance. This isn't a corner lot, although it is adjacent to the intersection, so that provision wouldn't apply. However, we would rely on the traffic impact study that would be submitted as part of the site plan approval process to determine if there's any safety concerns with the proposed development.
Please.
If that's the case, if it came back that not all the parking that they're suggesting that they would be able to do, if it was approved at the 1.4, but then they weren't able to do that and they could not meet the requirement, then that could stop that at that spot then? Or would they be required to come back and ask us for further provisions?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if council's supportive of the requested amendments in this instance, a bylaw would be drafted to allow for that specific parking rate that's been requested. If once they got through the proposal and they realized that their desired site design didn't adequately accommodate the parking that they had been granted approval for, they would need to come back to council through a public planning process, either a minor variance or an amendment to that rezone, to get relief from what they had been granted from council.
Sorry, further questions of council? Councillor Hallerow, please.
This is a question to Heather or to the builder. Is there a proposed use of the other road, that the road at the back where it's not just one way into that lot? Is there going to be an external road connecting the lot to the other road?
Through you, Your Worship, there is no internal connecting. Like once you get into the parking lot, we're not going to be providing driveways going into residential to the north or east or west. It is going to be all entirely self-contained. You'll be able to enter the property from Bell Street, and you'll only be able to exit the property from Bell Street on the intersection, and it'll still be subject to the traffic impact study. In terms of the parking, I just want to, everyone's talking about 1.4 parking spaces per unit. And what it actually means is of the 49 units, we're going to be 5 parking spaces short, spread out over 49 units. And so, again, we feel that that minor reduction is appropriate. It's not a huge amount of parking that we're not going to be able to facilitate. It's 5 parking spaces spread out over 49 units. And we feel that, again, with the renting, the prospective renters will be able to live with that, or they won't come to this location. So it's
Thank
5
you.
parking spaces short that over
Thank you.
49 units.
Any further questions from council on this side? Seeing none, Councillor Halleru, please.
I just wondered, were you considering the parking on the road open surface, or were you planning to have like an underground parking below the building?
No, it's all surface parking. There is no underground. And so the issue of the hydrogeologic report would be minimal because we're not disturbing any subsurface works except for the foundation of the apartment. But in terms of groundwater, we don't suspect any impacts at all because we're not putting anything underground.
Thank you. Further questions from council? Seeing none. Let's questions to Heather. Heather, is this considered infill development?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. According to the official plan, there's a number of provisions that all will apply to infill developments. One of those is stormwater runoff for the proposed will be adequately controlled. How is that being addressed at this time, seeing how we're asked to give approval for a zoning and official plan amendment when that hasn't been presented as part of the applicant to be considered that?
It is common for applications for development to wait until the site plan stage to provide a stormwater management report. This would be included with the topographic and drainage report as well. So that's something that town staff typically require as part of site plan. It's not something that we generally require at site plan and official plan amendment stage.
Okay, thank you. When it comes to parking, the town of Ingersoll's parking requirements taking into consideration the lack of transit, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so the City of London's transit, that with transit would take that into consideration, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so there's a difference between the amount of parking required because of transit.
Correct.
Thank you. When it comes to privacy, one of the items that's required is that the statement says that that the redevelopment included in the area will go from low residential to high it will be taken into consideration. That will not be placed next to each other. Will that be considered during the planning report?
It will. You're correct. The policies of the official plan do generally try to provide for a gradual increase of densities. However, as part of our planning review, it's a balance of all of the different planning policies that come into play. So that policy, along with many others, including the encouragement of additional residential development, will factor into our review.
Okay, thank you very much. I think everything else has been covered by comments already made, so I am good on that one. Any further comments or questions from council? Seeing none. If there are no further comments or questions, and I will ask, is there one last time from the audience, is there anybody like to speak towards the application? Seeing none. If there's no further comments or questions, and the public meeting for this application is now concluded, the application will be scheduled to come before council at a subsequent meeting during which the planner's report and recommendation will be considered. As a reminder, if any member of the audience wishes to be notified of the decision of council in respect to the zoning bylaw amendments, they must submit a written request to the town clerk, Danielle Richard, at danielle.richard@ingersoll.ca. The clerk must provide notice of council's decision to all those who request a copy within 15 days after the day the bylaw is passed. The Planning Act provides for an appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for a decision made by the town of Ingersoll within 20 days of the issuing of a notice of decision. Only specified persons, public bodies, registered owners of land to which the plan may apply, the requester to amend the plan, and the minister may appeal the decision of the town to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Excluding the minister, any party wishing to make an appeal must have made written or oral submissions to the council at a public meeting. Please note that third parties, anyone who is not a specified person or body, do not have the right to appeal a decision for a zone change amendment to the Ontario Land Tribunal. And I'll call on Councillor Hallery, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Can I move by myself, Councillor Hallery, seconded by Councillor Van Boston, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive Planners Report number CP 2025-94 as information.
Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay. If anybody who would like here for that one would like to leave, I can wait a couple seconds. And now, taken up in the offer, we'll be keeping you here all night. Okay. Moving forward, I will now declare the public meeting to be open. This meeting is constituted as a public meeting held under the Planning Act to consider proposed amendments to the Consolidated Zoning Bylaw 044160. Any person in attendance, including those participating virtually, may make a presentation to council in support or opposition to the zone change applications. Individuals who wish to receive the decision of council on any application being considered this evening must sign the record of attendance outside of council chambers or submit a written request to the attention of the town clerk, Danielle Richard, at danielle.richard@ingersoll.ca. The Ontario Land Tribunal has the power to dismiss an appeal under Section 25 if an appellant has not provided counsel with oral submissions at a public meeting or a written submission before a bylaw is passed under this section. The application to be heard this evening concerns application ZN 62406, 169 Charles Street East, 1555937 Canada Inc. Does any member of council have a conflict of interest on the application to be considered? Seeing none, has the clerk received any additional correspondence on the application that has not been noted on the agenda?
I have. So the applicant submitted some shadowing images that were sent to council earlier today. And then upon arrival, I've also received a petition with respect to the application. So I will be circulating that to council as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I now request the planner, Heather Sinclair, to provide an overview of the application and an explanation of the requested zoning amendment, please.
Thank you. The next two applications also propose an official plan amendment and a zone change, in this case to facilitate the construction of 2 new multiple unit dwellings, each containing 4 dwelling units for a total of 8 new residential dwellings on the subject lands, all served by a shared parking area containing 13 regular spaces and 1 accessible space. The subject lands, which currently contain an existing converted dwelling, do contain that existing fourplex, which would be removed. The subject lands are located on the north side of Charles Street East, lying between Pemberton Street and Mutual Street, and are approximately 0.43 acres in size, with 30 meters or 98 feet of frontage on Charles Street East and a depth of approximately 57 meters or 187 feet. The rear portion of the subject lands is regulated by the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority due to the presence of an erosion hazard associated with the Thames River Valley lands. And the applicant has provided a slope stability report to assess the location and condition of this erosion hazard feature to determine the long-term stability of the slope and confirm that all development would be located outside of this area. The application for official plan amendment proposes to redesignate the subject lands from low-density residential to medium-density residential, while the requested zone change proposes to rezone the existing special residential type 2 R2-26 zoning to a special residential type 3 zone, and site-specific zoning provisions to facilitate the proposal have been requested to, thanks Julie, to reduce the minimum front yard depth from 7.5 meters or 24.6 feet to 5 meters or 16.4 feet, to reduce the minimum required interior side yard width from 4 meters or 13.1 feet to 1.8 meters or 5.9 feet, and to reduce the minimum required setback to the center line of a county road from 20 meters to 9.8 meters, and that's to facilitate the proposed building designs. An amendment to the maximum permitted height from 3 stories to 4 stories was initially included in the application for zone change. However, the applicant has indicated that they do not intend to build beyond the 3 stories that's permitted, but rather they're proposing that the structure stay within the 3 stories and be permitted to a height of 12 meters or 39.5 feet. So as noted, the subject lands do contain that existing converted dwelling, which contains 4 units, that was built in approximately 1900, according to the assessment records on file. However, the lands were rezoned in 2021 to establish that site-specific R2 zoning to permit the conversion of that single detached dwelling to a 4-plex. Surrounding land uses are predominantly single detached dwellings along Charles Street, as well as lands that are owned by the town to the immediate rear, zoned open space. And the Canadian Pacific Railway is located to the north, as well as an existing industrial use, Scott Douglas Plastics. To date, staff have received 1 letter with respect to the proposal from residents on either side of the subject lands, outlining concerns with respect to the impact of the overall quality of life and safety and the environmental impact on the neighborhood, as well as over-occupation of the proposed units and the ability of the existing infrastructure to accommodate the additional units. Additional concerns included the increased hard surfacing on the subject lands and how that would impact stormwater management and potential runoff onto adjacent properties, as well as concerns with respect to the loss of natural light, privacy issues and obstruction of views. Improperly stored waste has potential to attract rodents, negative impact on resale value of the adjacent properties, negative impact on the character of the area, including architectural incompatibility, impact to quality of life, construction impacts with respect to noise, air quality, and traffic, inadequate green space being proposed, and environmental impact and loss of trees. Excavation of the proposed property could disrupt adjacent structures, and concerns with bylaw enforcement, as in the past, it was indicated that issues with property maintenance and noise complaints were not addressed adequately, and the likelihood that this would increase with approval of the proposal. So that's an overview of the applications. A subsequent report containing comments from the public agencies, as well as a planning recommendation, will be provided at the next council meeting of May 12th, with a subsequent meeting of County Council to consider the official plan amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does the applicant or the representative have any comments to make concerning the application? Please come forward.
considerations. These include the efficient use of land in a serviced area, supporting housing diversity and affordability, compatibility with the existing neighborhood, conformance with planning policy, the proposed, economic and community benefits, and improved site functionality and environmental performance. We care deeply about the public support of our project, and we understand that some concerns have been raised. We've attempted to address some of the reasonable concerns and comments that were provided by the public. Some we didn't have much context on, but we did our best to read between the lines. For the sake of time, I'd be happy to allow any of the residents or community to come up and voice their concerns if I was given the opportunity to address those afterwards. We do have responses prepared, but I understand we're under time constraints, so. So just in closing, we respectfully ask Council to support the application for our official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. The proposed redevelopment represents a thoughtful, appropriately scaled intensification that supports Ingersoll's long-term planning objectives, addresses critical housing needs, and enhances the existing character of the neighborhood. It makes efficient use of well-located, fully serviced lot and contributes much-needed purpose-built rental housing in through a built form that is sensitive, well-designed, and compatible with its surroundings. As both a local resident and investor, I'm committed to contributing positively to Ingersoll's growth, socially, economically, and environmentally. I'm proud of the work we've done, and with your support, I look forward to helping create high-quality homes for individuals and families who want to call Ingersoll home. Thank you for your time and consideration. I do welcome any questions, and I'm happy to make myself available to any of the community who want to contact me directly to work through any concerns that they have. We'll communicate through planning, and I'm more than happy to work with any of the surrounding neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now open the meeting to comments from the public. This portion of the meeting provides the opportunity for individuals to speak to the application and have their comments considered by the planner and council before a report and recommendation on the requested zoning amendment is brought forward for a decision at a subsequent council meeting. Any person from the audience who wishes to provide comments in support or opposition to the application may do so now by coming forward to the lectern and stating their name and address for the public record, please. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Town Council, community. My name is Jeremy Wood. I've called 169 Charles Street East, Ingersoll, Ontario, my home for approximately 17 years. We have another tenant that has been there approximately 12 years. We're here to speak tonight in opposition to this zone change. The reason is it is our home. We've lived there a long time. It's a well-established, quiet neighborhood. It's been there for many, many years. Several neighbors as well are opposing the zoning with several concerns on top of just the fact that I live there and I won't have a home if he does this. But they have environmental and other concerns they have submitted. Some neighbors have submitted as well to Heather St. Clair these concerns. We would like to keep our home. I don't have anywhere else to go to live. On top of that, I cannot afford any major increases to rent or moving costs or anything, but the first point being is it is my home, and it's been my home, and we'd like to continue to live there. We ask that this application be refused. Is our opinion is unethical to purchase a home with people already established living in it and then attempt to displace them and tear the house down. An empty lot or an empty house somewhere else, a completely empty house, would have been a much more suitable choice for this type of development. I have submitted petitions today, as well as a letter of understanding regarding this issue. There will be more petitions as well that are still being collected that will be submitted in the near future, very, very shortly, within a week or two, I would imagine. So there's more petitions coming as well to this. I just ask that you refuse this, and I appreciate you hearing us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to the application? Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Gloria Diana. I live in 175 Charles Street East. It's been 4 years now that I live there, and I do have a few concerns. You know, besides the Heather St. Clair already mentioned what we wrote in a letter with our neighbors. I live right next door to the property in concern that is requesting to be changed the zone, tree zoning. Okay, and besides that, I am a licensed daycare provider, and I'm really concerned because I do have 6 little kids that I take care every day. My backyard is gonna be not private anymore. And I'm really concerned about that. Changing from low density to medium density, you know, we have 4 units already there right now, and next door, and they're very quiet, as the gentleman already mentioned. It's very quiet, it's very, for my kids, you know. I'm very happy with my neighborhood, my neighbors, and also putting 8 units in that property, that will be increasing of a lot of people. And of course, traffic is gonna be higher. And it's already a busy street in Charles Street. I have a few parents that I'll talk to them about the new development, you know, proposed. And they are also concerned because already traffic is high and very dangerous right in the corner of Harry's and Charles Street. And that's one of the concerns of my daycare parents. And I'm not against of development, new development and housing. I'm not against that. It's just I'm asking to reconsider this proposal. It's whether reducing the number of units or adjusting the design, because it's gonna be very close to my property line. I'm gonna have several windows looking out my kids that I take care. Like several hours of the day we spend outside playing with the kids, and they're very, you know, young kids. And if they're renting the units, every time it's gonna be a different new neighbor that I don't know where they're coming from or where they're gonna see or what their background, you know, against the kids. I'm not against anybody, but you know, and it's just my concern. And the kids that I take care of is like my own kids. And I don't want anyone to, you know, I would like to keep safe as long as I can, because their parents trust me with all their heart. And I also, when I told my daycare parents, they sent me a few notes of concern. If I can read them, you know, if I have the time. You know, I won't say their names, but they're concerned also because their kids go to my daycare. Okay, one parent mentioned, it says they are putting a resident with more volume of people in that area. What is the plan of dealing with the increase of traffic in an area that already is a source of accidents? The lot is a low density, you know, and I do live, my house is a bungalow, 1 story, and they're planning to build like 4 story. So right now I have 2 windows on my side, and 4 story is gonna be how many windows? I don't know, you know. So, and the parents keep saying the lot is single family house lot. we're trying to squeeze a higher volume of people into an area that was set up for single-family homes. And also, the other parent asked me, sent me a message, said that she said, I am concerned with the multiplex being built next door to our child care provider. The idea of multiple dwelling overlooking my child care's backyard is very concerning. We do not feel comfortable that so many people could be watching my child play. With that many dwellings, it also causes concern for garbage and rodent issues. And that she mentioned that, all since I learned that that was the plan, the application, the proposal, and I was just in my head, I was overlooking how it will look like in the future when it's all done, and during, when they're constructing, the air quality for on my side is gonna be, we're not gonna have a good air quality. Where I'm gonna go with the kids, I can't keep them inside all the time, right? So there are many things that I'm concerned about this new construction, a new dwelling, and especially over, so many people overlooking on my backyard. I feel that I already have lost my privacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak towards the application?
Thanks the council meeting for the opportunity to speak. I'm on 175 Charles Street, which is right next to the development they're planning to build. Yeah, there's many concerns. I don't know for how long he owns this place, but he's not taking care of the place. In the back of the forest, there is so much garbage. There's branches on the floor. He's not taking care of the green spaces that is in the place. So I say, well, if he's not taking care of the building right now the way it is, how's going to be in the future? How responsible he's going to be with that building? That's one of the things. The other thing is pollution. So I can see 14 spaces in there. We're talking about 14 cars. In winter, they're going to be running in the mornings, warming the vehicles, and all that pollution is going to go right next to our house. So there's pollution also. That's another issue that I have there. We have a beautiful small forest in the back. In summer, it's beautiful. It's green, trees, is perfectly beautiful. I see where the parking spaces are going to be, which is on his part. He probably going to have to turn to cut those trees. Plus, there is a beautiful pine tree that is in front of the building right now. It's going to have to cut that also. So we're just going to have a structure in there with no green space around. Now, it's 4 meters, I believe, 4.5 meters, right next to my fence. So the place is too small for the building that is going to be constructing in that place. Sorry, I'm trying to express myself as much as I can. My English is not that good. So it's too much for the space. Now, privacy. My daughter, one of my daughters, her room is her window is right next to the building. The building is going to be right there. So she's not going to have privacy. She's not going to be able to open the windows no more. So that's a concern, because I got a 16-year-old girl and a 20-year-old girl also, two of my daughters. So I'm concerned about them. Privacy. You know, when I bought this house, this is our first house. We fall in love with Ingersoll. It's a beautiful town. We love Ingersoll. And when we get this house, I work in Milton, so I had to drive 2 hours daily. So this is my relaxing place. This is when I come to work, I love to sit in the backyard and see the forest, and I don't have buildings on my side. Now I'm gonna have a building in there. We invest all our money, all our savings, or RSPs on this property, and now it's like our dream, my family dream is gone. Now the next house, because this building is in between 2 bungalows. It won't match at all. So the one on the right, they decide to sell the house. And they sold the house for less for what they pay for the house, because they couldn't get more money for the house because of this. So my house is gonna drop in price too. So we're losing money on that too. Trespassing, I don't know how it's gonna be, because we have our fence, but our fence get up to a certain point, and then through the back of the forest, we don't know. We don't know what kind of people is gonna live there. I don't know how the owner is gonna control the people that is gonna live in that place. And of course, it's a apartment building, I believe it is. It's gonna be 8 families living in there. It's too many people for that place. It's too small for that building. Trespassing. Now, how it's gonna control the garbage? Because we don't have rats or rodents around the house, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna have a bin located in the building, and that building is gonna call for animals all the time. So that's another issue that we have there. Now I want to know if it's stretching this, trying to make this big building because he just wanted to get profit. I don't think he's, sorry to say it, but I don't think you're looking for build more housing for people. I know Canada needs more housing, but this is a small town. And 8 units in there is too much. When the previous owner came to us and he said that he wanted to go to 4 apartments in the house, we were okay with that. But 8, no, it's too much. And also it's gonna change the character. The character, because it won't match at all. If you see, all of them are bungalows. All of them are bungalows, and they're gonna have this building right in the middle, like almost close to the street. Because the houses on the street, they're close to the street, but they're bungalows, no buildings, no 2-story buildings. That won't match in there. So I asked the developer, not against something new there, but if he's gonna build something that makes sense. No more than 4 apartment buildings in there. That's it, and thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hi, I'd just like to add, in addition to my neighbor's concerns of what he's listed, and then all the noise and everything that would be created with all kinds of new people in the neighborhood, I would like to just give you a little piece of background on the situation. The current landlord bought the house. It was half empty at the time. He went and spent money and renovated both apartments and bought new appliances and then rented them. And at the same time, while being cordial and nice to his new tenants, never mentioned anything about this. So he assumed, it was assumed he seemed like a standard landlord that was purchasing a house to keep tenants in it and collect the rent. And then this happened as well. So just to give you the background on that, just so you know. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak towards To the application, please. Everybody requests that's just a courtesy. We do have a lot of agenda to get through, so if it's a repeat of what's been said, that will be taken into consideration. So, thank you.
Anthony DiGiuseppe. I live at 168 Charles Street, right across the street. Obviously, one of my concerns with it being 8 units, there's no sidewalk on that side of the street. It's a busy street, so I just have a feeling if people are going to be jaywalking to get to the sidewalk, the problems with the traffic. Obviously, I see the street, I see how busy it is. There's lots of walkers on our side. How is that going to affect traffic flow? That's my one thing I want to say.
Thank you. Any further, would anybody else like to speak towards to the application? Yes, sir.
I'd like to thank everybody for their comments. I'll speak to what was mentioned and leave some of the other things aside, although I'm happy to submit my presentation to council. I didn't do that ahead of time, and I apologize if that should have been part of the process. So regarding privacy issues and excessive view obstruction, with regards to privacy concerns, in its current form, 3 of the 4 units can see into both adjacent properties, backyards. While I recognize there is concerns about privacy, once both are constructed, the situation will not change. The reason being is that the buildings will obstruct each other, and the way that the windows are laid out is that there are no rear windows. So while a building will go up and you'll have bedroom windows, 3 of the above grade units will be able to look into the adjacent backyard. They won't be able to look into the other because the other building will be in its place, but that will be in the exact same situation. Now, where we run into concerns is on the balconies. Well, if you go outside on your balcony, then you can see into both. And what we're more than happy to do is put up privacy screens for the benefit of the tenants and the neighbors. So in the end, you'll have 3 units that will be able to look into your backyard on one side, and 3 units that will be able to look into your backyard on the other side, which I understand is not ideal, but the net is no change. So that's something that we wanted to bring to light. It's not entirely clear what was meant by excessive view obstruction, but the setbacks will be appropriate for vehicle visibility access in and out of the adjacent properties, if that was a concern. These new structures may also provide, they may also shield the adjacent properties from wind and the annoyance of vehicle headlights in the evening shining into their windows with the with the decrease in the setback from the front yard. There has been a concern raised about extreme and detrimental impact to resale value of the adjacent properties. While I agree that can be true, it doesn't apply in every case, and in certain situations it can actually add, and it kind of depends on the development and the severity of the development. So in my opinion, I would encourage the concerned individuals to consider the following. New well-designed units often increase the overall appeal of an area. If Ingersoll has a growing population or is in need of this type of housing product, which we believe it is, this could boost nearby values due to the increased demand and neighborhood desirability. If nearby lots are also in the same situation we believe ours to be, in that they're being underutilized or are in need of repair, this could be a noticeable improvement to signal others that infill development opportunities do exist in Ingersoll, therefore increasing the value of those properties. With regards to dramatic and excessive alteration of the neighborhood character and architectural incompatibility, we gave this a lot of consideration when we were designing. It's important to note that although we're seeking an increase in the density, we're not seeking the maximum possible unit yield that we could achieve on this site, which I believe would be 10. We're actually seeking 8 because we want this development to be successful and to be accepted by the community. Further to this, we determined that decreasing the amount of driveways on the site, there's currently 2, decreasing that to 1 central driveway would assist with traffic and the risk of people pulling out and getting into accidents as they're doing so. Regarding some of the tenants, I understand their concerns. As of May, 2 of the units will already be vacant, so there will be 2 remaining units that are occupied. We will be required to evict the tenants in order to complete the project. The tenants have been made aware of the proposal, and any necessary evictions will be handled in accordance with the Residential Tenancies Act. Tenants will be offered any vacant units that I may have available in town at the time, and are welcome to apply to rent a unit in the new buildings once they're completed. It's also worth noting that if we aren't successful with this application, the likelihood of eviction still exists due to our changing plans, and if we have to retain this property, it does need to go significant renovations due to the current condition that it's in, repairs to foundations, historical water damage, damaged interiors due to smoking, things like that. So if we do need to keep it, the renovations will be so significant that we will have to displace the tenants, all of which is regrettable. And we are more than willing to work with the tenants in order to do as much as we can for them. And that includes offering any vacant units I may have available. If there anything further, I'm more than happy to respond, but I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that'd like to speak to the application? As long as we're not getting in debate going back and forth. So if it's something that input to the planning application, then yes.
Just to, can I submit a letter explaining more
Absolutely.
what we speak today, and I would like to add pictures and prove my point.
Absolutely.
Can I do that?
Submit those
Who
to the.
am I submit that to?
You can submit those to the planner,
Okay.
Heather Sinclair.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Jessica DiGiuseppe at 168 Charles Street, so directly across the road. Currently, how the house is set up, there are the 2 driveways coming in and out, which almost perfectly line up with the our property lines, so not directly in front of our house. If he gets the approval, this driveway will go directly in front of our house into our living room, the light pollution of the vehicles, our living room windows, our bedroom windows, our bathroom, causing significant increase in changing of light and light pollution into our house from that main driveway with the increase of vehicles, increase of tenants, increase of everything, really. So that's just my main concern.
Thank you.
So just one last thing I was thinking about. Just to add that the current landlord had never communicated to me in any fashion what his intentions were, not when he purchased the house originally, or even up to today. I'd had no conversation with this. He had sent letters to neighbors, not to me. He had sent me no emails, no letters, no nothing. Came as a complete shock when we found this out. He was not forced or required to buy this house. He did have information regarding the age, the structure, what he had mentioned as far as the components and how the house is. He was under no obligation to purchase it, and so therefore, since he purchased it and he portrayed himself as a standard, normal operating landlord where you buy a house and you just collect your monthly rents, he had said nothing's previously or to that or even up to today. I had to find out through my neighbors. So I just wanted to let you know that he could very well have purchased, again, an empty house or an empty lot somewhere and done this and not disrupted not only my life and the other tenants' lives, but all the neighbors around him. Thank you.
I'll ask again, is there anybody who'd like to speak to the application, considering the information that we heard, that would add to it and not repeat it? Seeing none. Members of council now have the opportunity to ask any questions about the application. However, they may not offer any comments at this time. Questions of council? Councillor Councillor Van Kooten-Bossens, and then we'll just keep going with you.
Thank you. Through you to Heather. I know that Scott has spoken to the double wide laneway, but is it a necessity to have a double wide laneway, or could it be a single laneway?
Through your worship to Councillor Van Kooten-Bossen, Driveway width that's being proposed is the minimum driveway width to allow for ingress egress, so to vehicle traffic to come and go. That's required from the zoning bylaw. So that is what's required, the minimum requirement of the zoning bylaw.
Councillor Hallery, please.
Thank you, through you. I have a question for, is it Scott? Scott. So, under the reasons for a landlord can evict a tenant, are you sure that you have gone through the proper procedures? Because if you're allowed to evict a tenant, under what reasoning are you giving? Because if you're not allowed to get this, say, bylaw passed, then are you still following the procedures if you have to maintain the house and fix the house?
So just point of clarification, this body does not have any jurisdiction over landlord-tenant. It is the landlord-tenant tribunal that has those powers. So I just don't want anybody to be clear that we do not have any jurisdiction over landlord-tenant.
We do not. It was just a question.
Well, thank you for the question. Through the mayor, yes, all of the appropriate regulations will be followed, just for your peace of mind.
Deputy Mayor Wilson, and then Councillor Hudson, please.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Since you're up there anyways, I apologize if this was in the report, but I couldn't find it. What is the height of the building that's currently on the property? Do you know offhand?
I would be estimating. I would say it's just shy of 30 feet.
Councillor Hudson, please.
Thank you, through you. I just had a question with regards to garbage collection. So, because there were some concerns about that, will each tenant be in charge of their, like, putting their blue boxes out to the side of the road, or how would that be looked after in this type of situation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question. The plan to facilitate the waste disposal, there's a few options we have available to us. What we'd like to do is put our site plan together, which would follow the approvals, similar to the previous application. There's certain stages that we can't get ahead of ourselves on, and we can't go through detailed design until we know that we have the zoning and planning approvals in place to fund that design. It's anticipated that there will either be an enclosure for garbage, or each tenants will have their own separate bins.
Councillor Hallery, please.
And so the question of the trees at the back, how many of those trees will have to go down to accommodate for what you want to do?
Thank you. The trees at the rear of the property will go untouched. The trees that I think were brought to your attention previously are along the eastern property line. It's unclear if those will be removed or not. I would suggest that 2 trees may be removed along the property line for the completion of the development.
Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens, please.
One last question while you're up, Scott, and it might fall to Heather. I'm assuming that this is part of site plan, but is there fencing planned it looks like from a road view that there are fences already there, but are you planning to do any kind of fencing along each of the neighbor side?
Currently, that's not in our plan because the fences are established and seem to be in good repair. If there are concerns about the quality and style of the fence or the existing height or any damage, as I mentioned earlier, I'm willing to discuss with the adjacent landowners and willing to work with them to make sure everybody's as happy as they can be and that everybody feels like they're being treated fairly.
Further questions from council? Seeing none, I will give one last call to anybody who'd like to speak towards the application. Seeing none, if there are no further comments or questions, then the public meeting for this application is now concluded. The application will now be scheduled to come before council at a subsequent meeting during which a planner's report and recommendation will be considered. As a reminder, if any member of the audience wishes to be notified of the decision of council in respect of any zoning bylaw amendments, they must submit a written request to the town clerk, Danielle Richard at danielle.richard@ingersoll.ca. The clerk must provide notice of council's decision to all those who request a copy within 15 days after the day the bylaw is passed. The Planning Act provides for an appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal from a decision made by the town of Ingersoll within 20 days of issuing the notice of decision. Only specified persons, public bodies, registered owners of land to which the plan may apply, the requester to amend the plan, and the minister may appeal the decision of the town to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Excluding the minister, any party wishing to make an appeal must have made written or oral submissions to council at a public meeting. Please note that third parties, anyone who's not a specified person or public body, do not have the right to appeal a decision for a zone change amendment to the Ontario Land Tribunal. With that, I'll call on Councillor Van Kooten-Boston, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor Wilson, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive Planner's Report number CP 2025-101 as information.
Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We'll now go into our third public meeting. I declare this public meeting to be open. This meeting is being constituted as a public meeting held under the Planning Act to consider proposed amendments to Consolidated Zoning Bylaw 044160. Any person in attendance, including those participating virtually, may make a presentation to council in support or opposition to the zone change application. Individuals who wish to receive the decision of council on any application being considered this evening must sign the record of attendance outside the council's chambers or submit a written request to the attention of the town clerk, Danielle Richard at danielle.richard@ingersoll.ca. The Ontario Land Tribunal has the power to dismiss an appeal under Section 25, and if appellant has not provided counsel with oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions before a bylaw is passed under this section. The application to be heard this evening concerns application ZN 6-24-10, Block 66, Harrisview, Sifton Properties Limited. Does any member of the council have a conflict of interest on the application to be considered? Seeing none, has the clerk received any additional correspondence on the application that has not been noted on the agenda?
I'll just respond from over here. I have not.
Thank you. And I request Planner Heather Sinclair to provide an overview of the application and an explanation of the requested zoning amendment, please.
Sorry, Heather, one sec.
Thank you, Your Worship. The next applications for official plan amendment and zone change have been requested to facilitate the construction of a new 4-story, 24-unit, multiple unit dwelling on the subject lands, which the applicants have indicated will be a stacked townhouse design. So specifically, the official plan amendment proposes to redesignate the subject lands, thank you, from service commercial to medium density residential with special policy provisions to permit an increase to the net residential density from 62 units per hectare or 25 units per acre to 81 units per hectare or 33 units per acre, and to permit a reduction to the required separation distance from an industrial noise source, which consists of Huron Grains Processing, located to the immediate southeast of the subject lands. All right, where my cursor is. The application for zone change has been requested to rezone the subject lands from Special Highway Commercial Zone HC-12 to Special Residential Type 3 Zone R3 Special to facilitate the development, and also a number of site-specific special provisions to the R3 zone have been requested to facilitate this proposal, including a reduction to the minimum lot area requirement from 150 square meters to 120 square meters per unit, a reduction to the minimum required rear yard depth from 10 meters to 7.5 meters for an end wall containing a habitable room window, and 3 meters for an end wall containing no habitable room windows, a reduction to the minimum required interior side yard width from 4 meters to 2.5 meters, an increase to the maximum height allowance from 3 stories to 4 stories, a reduction to the minimum outdoor amenity area requirement from 40 square meters to 30 square meters, and a reduction to the minimum number of required parking spaces from 1.5 spaces per unit to 1 space per unit. So the subject lands are located on the northwest corner of Clark Road and Hollingshead Road and are approximately 1.22 acres in size and are currently vacant. Surrounding land uses consist of the industrial lands to the south, which consist of Dot Foods and Huron Grain Processing, institutional uses to the west, which is a separate Catholic school, as well as a ball diamond, commercial uses to the east, which are currently under construction for a proposed grocery store and a number of retail uses, as well as planned residential uses to the north. So for council's information, these subject lands were created as part of the Phase 2 of the Harrisview subdivision, which was registered in 2015, and the subject lands are legally described as Block 66 on this plan. Approximately 0.3 acres of the northern portion of Block 66, shown in the shaded red area on Plate 1, is currently subject to an Ontario Land Tribunal decision with respect to a consent application that was approved by the Land Division Committee in 2021 for a boundary adjustment to add this 0.3 acres of land to the parcel to the immediate north, which is legally described as Block 65, to facilitate future residential development on Block 65. And this is also subject to a separate OLT process. The consent approval for Block 66, which is the subject lands in this instance, was appealed by the industrial landowner to the south, and a decision of the OLT with respect to the consent application is pending, subject to the outcome of the current OLT process for Block 65, which is scheduled for the end of May. But the amendments requested as part of this application would only apply to the retained lands as part of that consent application. In support of this application, a number of studies and reports have been submitted that comprehensively considered all of the applications combined to review the entire build-out scenario for the Harrisview subdivision lands, which are shown on Plate 3A of the staff report. This included an updated planning justification report, a functional servicing report, an environmental noise study, a transportation impact study, and an archaeological study. And the noise study and the traffic study have been reviewed by the county and the town's consulting engineers who have been assisting through the OLT processes. One comment with respect to the application was received as part of our public notification process, outlining concerns with respect to the size of the public meeting signs for planning applications. However, it is noted that this was directed to be presented to town or county council as part of a separate delegation process. So with that, staff will follow up with a subsequent report, including comments received from our agency circulation and a planning recommendation at a future meeting of council. And the application for official plan amendment will be considered by county council at a future meeting once town council has had an opportunity to make a decision on the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does the applicant or the representative have any comments or to make concerning the application? We'll just note that please assume that council has read your presentation, and yes, thank you.
Can you hear me okay? Good evening, Your Worship, members of council, staff, and members of the public in attendance tonight. My name is Patrick Mitkowski. I'm an intermediate planner with Monteith Brown Planning Consultants. With me tonight is Jay McGuffin, President and Principal Planner of Monteith Brown Planning Consultants. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. Before jumping into the presentation, I recognize that Heather has done a great job summarizing our proposal and the site context. So I'll try to go through the presentation rather quickly and maybe touch on things, some new items. As Heather alluded to, the subject lands are northwest of the Clark Road and the Hollingshead intersection, surrounded by a number of different land uses, institutional to the west, proposed medium and high density to the north, commercial to the east, and the industrial to the south. The lands are currently vacant, and the proposed planning approvals are for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to redesignate and rezone from service commercial to a residential designation and zone to support the 4-story stacked townhouse product for 24 units. We're requesting special provisions as it relates to lot area, front yard, interior yard, and rear yard setback, building height, amenity area, and parking. We're also requesting, as part of the process, to have these lands classified as a Class 4 area. And essentially what a Class 4 area does, it applies to urban areas where noise-sensitive land uses are in proximity to employment areas, so things such as near industrial or major roads. So through the process, we are requesting that the Class 4 be applied. And so under the Class 4 guideline limits, there are no noise excesses. And it's simply just an application that is seen across the province. Our noise acoustical, our noise engineer who prepared the study recommended that this is an excellent candidate for this type of classification. I also might want to just touch on noise, recognizing that Heather did provide a background on the number of technical studies that were undertaken. As part of this planning process, Sifton has commissioned Paradigm, a traffic consultant, to prepare a parking study to recognize our requests for reduction in parking. And through that study, it was identified that the proposed parking rate would accommodate the expected demand based on some observations and analyses on proxy sites and through the control over parking supply by having it unbundled. There are also a number of urban jurisdictions within Ontario who apply a one parking space per unit requirement in comparison to the town of Ingersoll, including the municipality of Blue Water, township of Adelaide Metcalfe, Sault Ste. Marie, City of Welland. So there are a number of communities who do implement that through their general provisions or in special cases through site-specific zoning. And so just recognizing that this type of housing would represent an opportunity for greater mix and range of housing choices within Harrisview, which is predominantly low density, and it complements the general character of the surrounding neighborhood, and also recognizing the number of commercial, institutional, park and recreational opportunities in the surrounding area makes it a suitable candidate for this type of development. And so that's the end of my presentation. Myself and Jay are here to respond to any questions.
Thank you. I will now open the meeting to comments from the public. This portion of the meeting provides the opportunity for individuals to speak to an application, have their comments considered by the planner and council before a report or recommendation on the requested zoning amendment is brought forward for a decision at a subsequent council meeting. Any person from the audience who wishes to provide comments in support or opposition of the application may do so now by coming forward to the lectern and stating their name and address for the public record. Would anybody like to speak to the application? Please come forward. Welcome.
Hello. Luckily, I don't have to bend down quite as far as you. But good evening, Mayor, members of council, staff, and the public. My name is Taylor Whitney. I'm an intermediate planner with Zelinka Priama Limited, the planning consultant representing Huron Greens, located at 214 Clark Road. I'm here today with Adam Vanderloo from Huron Greens, and before I get into my presentation, Adam would just like to address council with an overview of Huron's operations.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, staff. Thank you for your time. At Huron Greens, we process package food-grade soybeans for export to mostly Asian markets. We are an important piece of infrastructure to local farms in that we're not a typical commercial elevator where we offer premium opportunities to growers to increase their revenue on farm. We're also, of course, a local employer. We've recently finished an employment run to add another shift in response to a lot of our buyers shifting their purchasing decisions from American supply sources to our supply sources, given the unreliability of trade with that company. or country recently, so. By moving housing closer to us, that increases our risk to continue to operate as we do, as we have been operating at the facility for almost 30 years now. It opens us up to too many complaints by way of noise by future residents. A Class 4 designation on the property we don't feel is suitable either. We're not opposed to housing in the area, as you may be aware. We just would like it to proceed in a way that has no impact on our long-term viability. So, thank you for your time.
All right, so I just have a few items that we would like to address in addition, all which lead to the conclusion that this development may not be appropriate at this location. So starting with noise, as you may be aware, there are different classes of noise under the provincial guidelines. And as we understand it, the general rule of thumb is that the Class 4 noise mitigation is only to be considered when Class 1 cannot be reasonably achieved. And just for some reference, Class 1 mitigation typically involves physical noise control measures, either at the development location or the industry. In this case, Sifton has not demonstrated that the Class 1 standards are unachievable. Instead, they've jumped straight to Class 4, which is a Band-Aid solution. We know that there's a noise problem. It's not speculation. We have reports that show that there are exceedances. And Class 4 does not fix the problem or offer a tangible solution. It just sweeps the problem under the rug. While it is a tool that exists, and we recognize that, that doesn't mean that it's appropriate to apply in every situation. And in this instance, Huron will not support the application of Class 4. And as Adam has mentioned, we're not saying that Huron will not support residential development at all. Huron supports growth and is not opposed to residential development in principle. What we're saying is that residential growth should not come at the expense of established local industrial uses, especially now when protecting local industry is more important than ever. This council received 11 different correspondence this evening regarding buying local and supporting Canadian. And there's a notice of motion later in this agenda regarding commitment to putting Canadian businesses first. Huron would be open to supporting residential development on these lands if Class 1 mitigation measures were properly explored and achieved. And in regards to the risk, there is still a risk with Class 4. Even if though it allows relaxed sound levels, it doesn't override other sections of the Environmental Protections Act, or the EPA. Huron has an operations permit through the EPA that prohibits creating adverse impacts regardless of the noise classifications. And most municipal noise bylaws also prohibit disruptive sound levels. In the case of Block 66, there would be significant sound levels that could be perceived as being twice as loud as permitted under Class 1, which is a significant difference. And it's a risk for complaints and disturbance to the residents and the potential for Huron to be in non-compliance with both their EPA permit and municipal bylaws. To address the planning report that was submitted as part of this application, it states that the proposed development will be appropriately buffered from existing and planned industrial uses. But this is not the case. Block 66 is directly across the street from the industrial use and sits directly across from other industrial lands too that are planned for development. Sifton is requesting an official plan amendment to permit residential development closer than the minimum separation distance in the official plan and the provincial planning statement. And a figure has been provided that shows the minimum 70-meter buffer from the proposed facility and the proposed buildings in the Huron facility. But it's important to note that Huron is well within their land use permissions to expand closer to Clark Road and closer to this development and be within that 70-meter buffer. The planning report offers no real justification for how this development is compatible with the adjacent industrial uses, and it relies almost entirely on the Class 4 designation without any discussion of land use compatibility or long-term impact. The PPS and the county official plan includes strong language about preserving employment areas, and the very purpose of the site-specific policy that Sifton is looking to amend is to prevent this kind of residential encroachment on industrial lands. And it's important to keep in mind that this is not an area where industrial uses are slowly being phased out. It's actually quite the opposite, where new industrial uses are coming to this area. If proper mitigation can't be achieved here, then perhaps this is not the correct location for this type of development. And my final point on the planning report is that this application proposes to increase the permitted density under the medium density residential designation. But really what this is a high density residential development being proposed under the guise of medium density. The county official plan allows 63 units per hectare to 111 units per hectare within the high density designation, and this development sits at about 81. And this is being presented in this way because the development does not meet the criteria for high density designation. It does not have direct access to an arterial or collector road. It is not adjacent to already built medium and high density uses, and it is not within or near the central area. They've simply labeled it as medium density to bypass these stricter criteria. To summarize our concerns, there's been no serious attempt at a Class 1 mitigation or an explanation as to why it can't be achieved. There's no analysis on the compatibility between residential and industrial land uses. There is not sufficient justification for amending the official plan or sidestepping the PPS policies, and the proposed development does not meet the criteria set forth by the official plan for a development of this scale. These combined concerns point to a development that is not appropriate for these lands and major land use compatibility issues. We respectfully request that Council take these concerns into full consideration when making a decision on this application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak towards the application, Sorry. Yep, please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak at the public meeting. My name is Dave Sheard. I live at 42 Hollingshead Road in Ingersoll. Progress and changes, if I'm speaking loud enough, and changes in municipalities are often interwoven with new developments that could affect noise levels, traffic, parking, and public safety. For example, the new plaza that is going in at Hollingshead and Clark Road, which I've heard in comments around town will bring more variety and competition to Ingersoll, and which I am personally glad to see myself. But changes to traffic, parking will be a factor to and more growth in the current plan of townhouses in the future. As I saw the other day in phase 2, and there's another piece of land subject to consent, B2106 and 6, and this hasn't been decided on, I presume, and either are lands east of the plaza, which is also owned by the applicant, east of the plaza going in. So I would ask for any comments from the applicant, what is going in those two other phases? Are these townhouses going to be freehold, condos, or rental? Who is the builder? And also, will the construction noise bylaw of Ingersoll be abided by when these homes are built? I will say that the construction with the plaza right now, they've been so respectful to the neighborhood, other than the mud. But that'll go away eventually. There's been studies of water, will there be studies of water issues, soil samples? Water drainage was an issue in Harrisview. I don't know if it's been completely corrected. They were in about a year ago doing the lower part of Hollingshead because people had problems with sump pumps and everything in that. And that's because of the woods backing behind them. Will there be visitor and handicap parking places provided at all 3 locations? Meaning the one on the west side of Hollingshead and on the east side of Hollingshead behind the plaza. And I've just heard from the group that was in before, they have all the spots marked with visitors and handicap spots on their schematic that was put up on the town's website. I don't see anything on this applicant about any visitors or handicap spots. As Harrisview has encountered with townhouses in the past at Chatfield and Chamberlain, there was no visitor parking allocated. Driveways are quite small. A meeting with the town engineer at the time, after they were occupied back then, and this was discussed in a meeting with the residents of Harrisview. The answer was they were not required to put visitor parking in there. They're multi-units, why not? Secondly, it was brought up that most working families have at least 2 cars, and that came from the town engineer. So why weren't they put in? With extra cars, the residents have begun parking on the street in undesired locations. We came to the town and the engineer, because of safety issues, the town of Ingersoll did rectify the problems by installing no parking signs, but still, we still see residents parking on both of these streets to this day. In the applicant's plan, it is recommended that a traffic light be installed at Clark Road and Harris Street. Well, we've got a new plaza going in there. There's a sportsplex coming on the other side of Clark, the future developments, and at sometimes issues with the 401 being closed. So I think that's a good idea. I don't know who's gonna foot the bill for that, but it's a good idea. Also, with the addition of the townhouses, the new plaza, future developments will the intersection at Hollingshead and Clark Road have turn lanes installed? Also, will it be a controlled intersection, stoplights, or a 4-way stop because of the increased traffic going to be in the area? And with the physical characteristics, a winding S-curve on Hollingshead, that no parking be allowed on either side of Hollingshead from Clark Road until Hollingshead Road straightens out for safety reasons. You got blind curves there, and we're dealing with just the construction people right now, but they'll be gone one of these days. And that. Let's plan this right. Plan it like you are the ones that are going to live there. Harrisview residents will have to live with this daily, and also the residents of Ingersoll that will be using the new plaza and any future developments. I'm sure none of us want to be coming back to council in the future and asking why was this not in the plan, sorry. I don't know if I can bring this up, but I'd like to thank Julie Harris, that's filling in for Daniel Richards, for supplying me with information about the public notice signs that are being put up in Oxford County. And she's given me the process how to deal with that. So if anybody needs that information, it's available. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to speak to the application? Seeing not, members of council now have the, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can everybody hear me if I stand up? I'd just like to have the opportunity, Jay McGuffin, President and Principal Planner, Monteith Brown Planning Consultants, here on behalf of Sifton as well. Thank you for hearing us this evening. It's a pleasure to be here. Just a couple of responding comments to comments made by Ms. Crowley and her client from Huron Grain. Sifton did not jump straight to Class 4, for the record. Sifton has been working on development of these lands in general since 2016. My understanding is that they have quite a historical length of work that they've been doing with Huron Grain, formerly AT Commodities. And they were unable to come to an agreement on the works that Huron Grain was asking to be installed on the Huron Grain property. And as a result, our client has moved forward with the recommendations of its acoustical consultant in considering these lands under request for Class 4. Again, to Mr. Matkowski's comments earlier, our acoustical consultant has identified these lands as an excellent example of Class 4 lands. They are inside a settlement boundary, scheduled for development, adjacent to existing industrial lands, and as such are perfectly positioned to be considered Class 4. The application of Class 1 was examined. Opportunities of Class 1 were examined and have been examined for many, many years. The difference, for Council's knowledge, between Class 1 and Class 4 is the requirement to provide an air conditioner. I can indicate in discussions that I've had with my client that in the last 10 years they haven't produced any housing that didn't contain an air conditioner. And the purpose of the air conditioner is to allow the occupant of a dwelling to close its windows and still have cooled air and centralized heating and ventilation. That allows a 10 decibel difference in regard to the receptor of the acoustical environment. I will further add that the application of Class 4 on these lands is also reciprocal in the instance that it also works for Huron Grain in allowing them additional 10 decibels under the analysis on the receptors at the sensitive locations on phase 60 or block 66, excuse me. The 70-meter setback that was referenced, the 70-meter setback that was provided on our planning analysis was from the northwest corner of the Huron Grain property as the zoning on that property permits. So we did take into account the separation should Huron Grain decide to expand its industrial facility closer to sensitive land uses. We applied that setback from the northwesternmost corner of the zoning permissions that are applicable on that industrial property. With respect to comments received from the gentleman that lives at 42 Hollingshead, thank you very much for your information. What is going on the other commercial property? At this point in time, there are no development applications for that piece of land. It is simply a retained parcel that will continue to be marketed for commercial uses. The adjustment in the amount of service commercial has arisen as a result of the sale of the Clark Commercial Center development to Westell, who is currently constructing the food store and the dollar store and the other commercial uses. And that commercial parcel to the east is being adjusted to respond to the amount of commercial lands that were requested by Westell through their commercial development. In regard to water and drainage and other matters relating to servicing, a full functional servicing report was prepared by our client's consultant, AECOM Engineering, and was submitted as part of the comprehensive application package that addresses all of those matters, as was a comprehensive traffic impact study that was also presented and provided to the municipality for review on this application that dealt with all matters including timing and location for application of left-hand turn lanes, additional improvements to be timed for the Harris and Clark Road intersection, as well as other recommendations revolving around the various land uses proposed through the 5 different applications that are before both the Ontario Land Tribunal and before Council this evening that Heather had made reference to in one of her earlier slides when she made reference to the totality of the blocks that are part of this comprehensive application. Just with regard to, there was a comment about the handicap spaces. The handicap spaces were included in the conceptual drawing that was provided in the planning justification report. But just for clarity to the public, the plans that you see are conceptual only. They are not site plan applications, and so they're there to identify the form and the fit being proposed by the developer, and will be subject through a detailed site plan application in the future, where all of those matters will be considered comprehensively. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to the application? Seeing none, members of council now have the opportunity to ask questions about the application, or they may not offer any comments at this time. Questions from council? Councillor Van Kootenbossen?
I know this was asked earlier tonight. I'm not sure that the applicants were here, but the amount of parking that we have within Ingersoll, so this is more or less for Heather, those rules exist because of the fact of our infrastructure available in Ingersoll, are they not? The reason that they would have to fulfill 1.5 spaces per unit instead of 1 per unit?
Can I just clarify that? Are you referring to the fact that we have no transit infrastructure? Is that what you're referring to? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Kootenbossen. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the current parking standards in the zoning bylaw take a number of factors into consideration. One of those highly rated factors is the lack of transit. The other considerations that we will be applying to this application is the location of the proposal, which has limited access to public service facilities. It's situated quite a ways from our downtown core. It is located in proximity to proposed or newly constructed commercial uses, so that's something that would be taken into consideration. We have done a recent overview of similar municipalities with similar infrastructure to get a bit of an idea of where Ingersoll sits with respect to similar municipalities as far as parking rates go. We have used those parking rates to establish a position on the parking requirements for other developments within this subdivision as part of the Ontario Land Tribunal process. So that's something that will also be factored into our consideration when we make our recommendation on this proposal.
Thank you. Further questions of council on the application? Councillor Halleroot, please.
I know this is a shot in the dark, but to the representative of Sifton, is there a particular reason why this specific development can't go behind the shopping complex that you currently have to reduce the noise impact on this building at that location? Because I do see there's available land behind.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, there is a similar stacked townhouse product proposed on Phase 6 on the east side as well. Thank you.
Further questions of the application from council? Seeing none, I'll ask one last time if there's anybody in the audience who wishes to speak to the application. Seeing none, if there are no further comments or questions, the public meeting for this application is now concluded. The application will be scheduled to come before council at a subsequent meeting, during which the planner's report and recommendation will be considered. As a reminder, if any member of audience wishes to be notified of the decision of council in respect of any zoning bylaw amendments, they must submit a written request to the town clerk, Danielle Richard, at danielle.richard@ingersoll.ca. The clerk must provide notice of council's decision to all those who request a copy within 15 days after the day the bylaw is passed. The Planning Act provides for an appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for a decision made by the town of Ingersoll within 20 days of the issue of a notice of decision. Only specified persons, public bodies, registered owners of land to which the plan may apply, the requester to amend the plan, and the minister may appeal the decision of the town to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Excluding the minister, any party wishing to make an appeal must have made written or oral submissions to the council at a public meeting. Please note that third parties, anyone who is not a specified person or body, do not have the right to appeal the decision for zone change application, the Ontario Land Tribunal. Deputy Mayor Wilson, I believe you have a motion.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bowman, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive Planner's Report Number CP 2025-107 as information.
Discussion? All those in, yes, Councillor Halleroot.
Thank you. I just want to note that even in our provincial plan statement, there is a specific CD clause that states that promoting densities for new housing which efficiently use land, resources, infrastructure, and public service facilities and support the use of active transportation and are requiring transit supportive development and prioritizing intensification, including potential for air rights development in proximity to transit, including corridors and stations. I don't know why we keep having the request to reduce parking. I think this is very clear even in the provincial plan statement, to abide by the required parking to avoid congestion. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll just caution again about comments on applications at this point. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Takes us to our last public meeting, which I will declare the public meeting to be open. This meeting is constituted as a public meeting held under the Planning Act to consider proposed amendments to Consolidated Zoning Bylaw 044160. Any person in attendance, including those participating virtually, may make a presentation to council in support or opposition to the zone change applications. Individuals who wish to receive the decision of council on any application being considered this evening must sign the record of attendance outside council chambers or submit a written request to the attention of the town clerk, Danielle Richard, at danielle.richard@ingersoll.ca. The Ontario Land Tribunal has the power to dismiss an appeal under subsection 25 if an appellant has not provided council with oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions before the bylaw is passed under this section. The application to be heard this evening concerns application ZN 62411, Block 1, 356 Harris Street, and Blocks 2 and 3, Sifton Properties Limited. Does any member of council have a conflict of interest on the application being considered? Seeing none, has the clerk received any additional correspondence? The application has not been noted on the agenda.
I have not.
Thank you. Now request the planner, Heather Sinclair, to provide an overview of the application and explanation of the requested zoning amendment, please.
Thank you, Mayor Petrie. So the last applications on tonight's public agenda are also located within the Sifton Harrisview subdivision and propose a draft plan of subdivision for the creation of 2 new blocks for future residential development, together with an easement over an existing commercial block that fronts onto Harris Street, which is shown as Block 1 on Plate 3A of the staff report. So it's proposed that Block 1, which is the commercial block, will be 0.36 hectares in size, while Block 2 is proposed to be 0.78 hectares with access onto Hollingshead Road. And Block 3 is proposed to be 0.46 hectares in size with access onto the future extension of Sutherland Crescent. The subject lands are located south of Montgomery Way, lying between Hollingshead Road and Harris Street, and are currently vacant. The applications propose to redesignate blocks 2 and 3 of the proposed subdivision from service commercial to medium density residential, and to rezone the subject lands from special highway commercial zone HC-10 to special residential type 3 zone with site-specific provisions to permit a reduction to the minimum required front yard setback from 7.5 meters to 6 meters, a reduction to the minimum required exterior side yard setback from 7.5 meters to 6 meters, a reduction to the rear yard depth from 10 meters to 6 meters for an end wall containing a habitable room window, and an increase to the maximum height allowance from 3 stories to 4 stories to facilitate the proposed development, which would include Block 2 being developed for 21 3-story townhouses, while Block 3 proposes the development of a 24-unit multiple unit dwelling, which would also be designed as a stacked townhouse arrangement. And this would all be served by a private driveway with access to Hollingshead, Harris Street, and the future extension of Sutherland Crescent through the Phase 5 development proposal. And as noted, the applicant has indicated that Block 1 will be developed for future commercial uses, and no changes to the existing policy designation or zoning are proposed for Block 1, which is the parcel fronting on Harris Street. Lands surrounding Block 2 and 3 consist of existing and planned low-density residential development to the north, which consists of single detached dwellings, proposed high-density residential development to the west, the commercial uses that are currently under construction to the southwest, and lands designated for commercial uses to the immediate south. As noted, there are 2 elementary schools in close proximity to the west, industrial uses located on the south side of Clark Road to the south of the property, And land uses in proximity to Block 1 consist of existing highway commercials, including commercial uses, including a car dealership and a farm retail business, as well as lands that are regulated by the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority to the east of Harris Street. So similar to the previous applications, these lands are part of the Harrisview subdivision, which was registered in 2015, and other developments are being reviewed concurrently with a number of other applications as part of the full build-out scenario for the area, including Phase 5 located to the immediate north, which is subject to an Ontario Land Tribunal process. So in support of this application, similar to the previous application, a range of studies were provided. The noise and traffic studies are being reviewed by our consulting engineers who have been assisting through the tribunal processes, and their comments will be provided as part of our follow-up recommendation report. No comments have been received to date as a result of our public notifications, and staff will be following up with the subsequent report that will outline all of staff's comments as well as a planning recommendation for a future meeting of council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does the applicant or the representative have any comments to make concerning the application?
Through your worship, thanks again, Heather, for providing a background on the application. Our presentation's pretty similar to what we've provided for Block 66, so I probably won't go through each of the slides. Just wanted to touch on, again, in this scenario, in terms of the noise matter, a Class 4 is being requested on these lands as well. There is no parking reduction proposed on these lands. We are meeting the zoning provisions in the bylaw. And just recognizing, again, these lands serve as a great opportunity to provide for a range and mix of housing choices within the Harrisview subdivision, provides a bit of a land use transition between the low density to the north that's proposed through Phase 5 and the currently under construction and planned commercial uses to the south. And again, providing that mix of housing opportunities in the community, aging in place opportunities, and the number of public services and institutional uses, parks and recreational opportunities in the surrounding area make it a great opportunity for higher density uses. So happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you. I will now open the meeting to comments from the public. This portion of the meeting provides the opportunity for individuals to speak to the application and have their comments considered by the planner and council before a report and recommendation on the requested zoning amendment is brought forward for a decision at a subsequent council meeting. Any person from the audience who wishes to provide comments in support or opposition to the application may do so now by coming forward to the lectern and stating their name and address for the public record. Would anybody like to speak to the motion, to the application? Thank you. Welcome back.
Hello, me again. Taylor Whitney, intermediate planner with Zelinka Priamo, not Ms. Crowley, one of my colleagues, that's okay. We have expressed our concerns, so I'll try not to be repetitive. Although we do recognize that the noise concerns may have less of an impact with Phase 6 due to the increased spatial separation and the actual physical buffering of the commercial development, whereas that is not the case with Block 66. So we appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Yes, anybody else who would like to speak, please come forward.
Without going up there,
I have to have you come forward to the lectern so we can hear you.
a quick question to council, that's all. Maybe I presume that both applicants were together. I'm going to read the same thing again. No use?
These are separate applications, and so if you want if you want them considered, then
It's going to say exactly the same thing.
yeah, is an opportunity
Like,
to.
I'm okay with not reading it, that's fine.
Sorry, I'm just going to confer with staff.
I have Mr. Sheard's comments, so I can just say that he has the same comments
Okay. If you'd like to just share that you have the same comments as the previous application, then those can be.
Same thing again?
No, you don't have to say them, or you just have to say that if they are the exact same, just state that they are the exact same as the previous application, and they will be considered as such.
In my last statement on that to the application on the first application, I would be repeating it exactly the same on the second. Is that okay? Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that very much. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak to this application? Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Similar to the previous gentleman, my responses are the same for the most part on this application as on the previous application, save and except two matters. Firstly, an apology to Ms. Whitney. I conflated her with one of her colleagues, and she can rest assured I will never mispronounce her name again or get her name wrong. And just wanted to further add with regard to this Phase 6 development and the acoustical study that was completed, recognizing that these lands are further away from Huron Grain, and we have an existing commercial development that is underway. Buildings are in the ground, walls are up, and those walls are a significant improvement to the acoustical environment on Phase 6. Once all of that development occurs, there will be a significantly improved acoustical environment in that location. Notwithstanding that, our consultant's position, as is ours, is that these lands are a perfect opportunity for the application of Class 4. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak to the application? Seeing none, members of council may have the opportunity to ask questions about the application. However, they may not offer any comment at this time. Questions of council on this application? I have one. This building that's proposed for the stacked townhouse, is it identical to the item on Block 66?
Yes, that is correct. It's the same type of built product.
And it's my interpretation that the parking, what I remember hearing is the parking requirements have been met for this application?
For Phase 6, correct, yes, the standard parking.
What's the difference between, can you give a justification for meeting the requirements here but not meeting the requirements of the other space?
Yeah, so to the worship, both properties are different contexts. Block 66 is a much smaller building block, and also considering a number of factors such as the surrounding community services that are offered, as well as the parking study that was provided. What we are proposing is supported through this through our review. Again, it is based on the site context and the block being much smaller than Phase 6.
But the actual units are the same makeup?
That's correct, yes.
So should they not have the same parking makeup?
Correct, yes, but in terms of the actual parking that is provided, the area that parking can be provided on the site, it doesn't warrant the same as Phase 6 as it is on Block 66. It's a smaller area to provide the parking.
Thank you. Any further questions of council? Seeing none, if there are no further comments or questions, then the public meeting for this application is now concluded. Anybody else speak to the application? Seeing none, the application is now scheduled to come before council at a subsequent meeting during which the planner's report and recommendation will be considered. As a reminder, if any member of the audience wishes to be notified of the decision of council in respect to any zoning bylaw amendments, they must submit a written request to the town clerk, Danielle Richard at danielle.richard@ingersoll.ca. The clerk must provide notice of council's decision to all those who request a copy within 15 days after the day the bylaw is passed. The Planning Act provides for an appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for a decision made by the town of Ingersoll within 20 days of the issuing of the notice of decision. Only specified persons, public bodies, registered owners, and land to which the plan may apply. The requester to amend the plan and the minister may appeal the decision of the town to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Excluding the minister, any party wishing to make an appeal must have made written or oral submissions to the council at a public meeting. Please note that third parties, anyone who is not a specified person or public body, do not have the right of appeal to a decision for a zone change amendment in Ontario Land Tribunal. Councillor Bowman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hudson, that the Corporation of the Council of the Town of Ingersoll receives Planner's Report number CP 2025-108 as information.
Very much discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We're now going to go back up to where's council feeling? Break? Okay. Is there a motion? 5 minutes? Okay. Moved by Councillor Van Kooten-Bossens for a 5-minute recess, second by Deputy Mayor Wilson. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We'll reconvene at 9. Okay, we will reconvene and call the meeting back to order. We're going to go back up to delegations and presentations, and I'll turn it over to Curtis Ty to introduce our next presenter, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as directed at the September council meeting, staff hired a firm to do a further analysis of our buildings at the museum. So we have Andrew Romig and Jeremy attending on behalf of Cambium to present that report.
Welcome and thank you for your patience.
Good evening, everybody. So I'm Andrew Romig with Cambium. I'm just going to try to share my screen here. And then I also see that, okay, it looks like the presentation is showing up okay there now.
Yep, we can see your presentation.
Okay, great. Okay, so good evening, everybody. As I mentioned, my name is Andrew Romig. I'm a project manager with Cambium. We're a consulting engineering company with offices throughout Ontario. And today we will be providing an overview of the building condition analysis report that we prepared for the Ingersoll Cheese and Agricultural Museum. I do realize that I probably have a couple extra slides in here, so I will move through it fairly quickly, just in the essence of time. So as a brief introduction, Jeremy Taylor joining us today. He's the group manager on the building science team. He's been with, sorry, was there a comment there?
Nope, sorry.
I was just saying hello.
Okay, sorry. So yeah, Jeremy has been with Cambium since 2021 and had some previous existing building assessment experience, as well as structural analysis and design at other consulting firms. And then for myself, I've been with Cambium since 2016 and received my professional engineering designation in 2022. So as a quick project timeline and relationship overview between Cambium and the town of Ingersoll, back in 2023, we provided 5 facility condition assessment reports. One of those facilities was for the Cheese Museum. We also completed some additional services in building envelope and structural condition assessments for one of the properties as a follow-up to the FCAs, and then kind of bringing us to date, the building condition analysis report that we're reviewing today for the Cheese Museum. So just quickly from going left to right, these are the different properties that we provide services for in recent years, including the Memorial Arena, the Town Center, Victoria Park Community Center. This is the facility where we also completed the building envelope and structural condition assessment, as well as the Senior Center on the far right side of the screen. We do also have a pending proposal that we just issued to the town earlier today to do similar work at the Park Shop, Public Works, OPP station, and the fire hall as well. So we're hopeful and looking forward to continuing the relationship with the town. So getting into the project site for the Cheese Museum, there are 7 total buildings at the property. For the building condition analysis, we focused on 4 in particular: the main building or the office space, the cheese factory, as well as the schoolhouse and lean-to. So just quickly as a kind of baseline for what each of these buildings looks like, the main building is wood framed, consisting of sloped metal roofing with both brick masonry and board and batten wood siding, and was constructed in about 1983 for the original building and 1993 for the addition. The cheese factory is heavy timber construction with similar roofing and wood siding, and was reconstructed in about 1977. The schoolhouse and lean-to are similar construction as the original building with wood framing, metal roofing, and wood siding. And these structures were built in 2003. So getting into the scope of work for the building condition analysis report, it was an basically expanding on the facility condition assessment that we previously completed, with the additional services consisting of exploratory openings at wall assemblies, moisture gauge measurements for structural members, excavations to review conditions of foundation walls, aerial drone footage to review roof conditions, as well as some energy efficiency review of building systems and code compliance. So for the wall assemblies, we were looking for moisture measurements of the structural framing, as well as confirmation of the wall assemblies. So this was looking at the presence of vapor barriers, the thickness and the types of insulation that were present, as well as their conditions as they're generally concealed from review. And then in terms of the moisture gauge measurements, again, confirming the relative moisture in structural components. So we also were up in attic spaces looking at roof trusses, as well as interior finishes for drywall. Moving along with the excavations, again, there were some pre-existing structural cracking and settlement that were flagged by the town prior to the investigations. So we kind of focused in on those areas to complete some local excavation, confirm depths to footings and that type of information. For the aerial drone footage, again, just looking for corrosion, improper roof details at roof penetrations, and general deterioration. In terms of the energy efficiency and code compliance, we completed some additional mechanical analysis as well as OBC review in terms of ventilation requirements and thermal properties of wall assemblies. So now we're just going to jump into some of the key findings and the capital expenditures for the costing of the repair and replacement projects. So starting with the schoolhouse and lean-to, there is a lack of control joints in the foundations. As a general construction practice, it's typically about 30 times the wall thickness is where you're looking to space those control joints, which is help determine the exact location that kind of shrinkage cracking and that sort of thing would occur. So for a typical 8-inch thick wall, this would be spaced out about every 20 feet or so. And in lieu of deepening the foundations, which would be a very costly undertaking, we've allocated funds to complete excavations around the perimeter of the foundation and install rigid insulation to help with frost protection, as at the schoolhouse and lean-to, the footings are not below the minimum depth. So yeah, there's about a $40,000 placeholder budget for the installation of the insulation, as well as remediating the existing cracking at the foundation walls. For the main building, there weren't any significant signs of cracking or anything at both the addition and the existing or the original structure. And footing depths were confirmed to be below the 1.2 meters. For the cheese factory piers, they are also below the 1.2 meter frost protection depth. However, there is a local deterioration towards the main entrance of the cheese factory. So we do have a budget allocated to remediate that, and that cost incorporates a quotation provided by one of the contractors that was provided by the town for Cambium's review. Getting into the exterior cladding at the main building, there's been some ongoing issues with animals and pests causing damage to the wood siding. So in lieu of replacing with a like material where a similar deterioration is likely to reoccur, we've allocated budgets to replace the wood siding with metal siding, and that's in the order of magnitude of about $55,000. So similar to the foundations, there aren't any control joints at the masonry veneer, which is at the original side of the main building. As a general construction practice for this component, it's typically 1.5 times the wall height or every 25 feet for control joints. In this case, there aren't any, and there's some existing issues as shown in the image here with cracking along the mortar joints. As part of this, there are some mortar joints that aren't staggered as we would typically like to see for masonry veneer construction, and that just further kind of exacerbates the deterioration and the likelihood of the mortar cracking. So we've allocated funds to locally repair the masonry veneer, as well as implementation of some control joints to allow for that general expansion and contraction of the veneer during warm and cool seasonal changes in the environment. In terms of the roof coverings, there is some ongoing drywall staining at the ceilings within some of the facilities. In discussing with some contractors, based on the lower scale of the kind of square footage of these roofs, there isn't a significant cost savings compared to fully replacing the exterior roof cladding compared to completing like larger repair strategies. So with that in mind, it is a more kind of cost-effective approach to fully replace rather than try to complete local repairs. And then as well, in terms of the OBC reference for the existing attic ventilation, it is inadequate per the Ontario Building Code. So in those costs, we've allocated some funds to improve the ventilation within the attic space of the main building. Transitioning to the mechanical components, there is an ongoing issue with high humidity and mold at the main building. We did run an analysis on the mechanical equipment where we incorporated the existing utility bills, historical climate data for the site, looking at a parameter known as heating degree days, where you're essentially setting a desirable temperature, so 22 degrees in your cooling months, and figuring out how much heating is required over those winter months. And then that will lead to how we can determine what the heating load requirements for the building are. So based on that analysis, we did determine that the furnace is adequately sized. However, there is an issue with airflow in the sense that there's only one return air ductwork that's located along the south side of the addition. So with that in mind, we budgeted to add some additional return air ductwork to help with that airflow, and installing dampeners to help kind of allow for the ventilation to reach all the necessary areas within the building. We do also have some allocations for interior finishes. Again, with the high humidity and mold growth, there is some deterioration associated with that. There are also the drywall cracks at the schoolhouse that are just a continuation of the cracking that we've seen at the foundation. So we have about a $70,000 budget allocated to the main building, schoolhouse, and lean-to. And with those, the repair allowance is for replacement of the majority of the drywall at the lean-to, as well as some painting and kind of local repairs at the main building and the schoolhouse. So for the last key finding in regards to the site features, the ramp at the cheese factory is non-compliant with accessibility standards. It's also deteriorated, and there's some of those issues I referred to previously with the foundations and the piers towards the main entrance. So the costs for this were also provided in part by the town in essentially replacing the existing wood structure with more of a metal framed ramp that will comply with accessibility requirements in terms of the width of the ramp, turning radiuses, and as well as accessible door dimensions and that sort of thing. So putting this all together, the capital expenditure table provides the yearly breakdown of repair and replacement projects over a 15-year report term. These costs do include taxes and assume an inflation rate of 4% annually. As you can see, within the first few years, it's kind of front-loaded for various repair and replacement projects, most of which are the ones that I've just highlighted in the presentation here today. And then kind of beyond the 5-year forecast, most of those projects are associated with end-of-life cycle replacement for building components, as well as repair and replacement strategies for kind of, more so for end of service life and reoccurring repair and replacement allocations. This also incorporates the ranking systems in terms of kind of when we expect these projects to take place and condition ratings. So we, in the table, in the main body of the report, we've referenced kind of a very good to very poor with 5 different classifications in between there for what the existing condition of these components are. And then the last item to touch base on is the facility condition index. This is defined as the relative cost to maintain an existing building compared to the replacement cost of a new build. In determining these estimates for the building replacement costs, we utilize the Canadian Cost Guide, which is prepared annually by Atlas Group. And in this document, we've considered a couple different building types, including wood frame residential, office buildings under 5 stories, and museum/gallery spaces. We allocated a larger weight to the wood frame residential construction because these are relatively small buildings. And in doing so, that reduces the building replacement costs. And then the only last item I'll highlight for the facility condition index percentages, the maximum percentage for the breakdown between the main building at the original side, the addition, and the schoolhouse is 44% at the schoolhouse, which has a repair and replacement cost of about $110,000 compared to a full replacement cost of about $250,000. So despite that there is some kind of ongoing repair projects that need to take place, it is still kind of well within reason to repair the existing structures rather than demolition and rebuilding new. So that's everything for the presentation. I will take any questions now. And just before I do that, I would like to thank Joe, Stephanie, and Curtis from the town for their assistance throughout the project and facilitating the site inspections and providing quotations from contractors and that sort of thing.
Thank you. Questions from council? I have a question. Yeah, to be honest, like in some sections of the original building, there seemed to be a lot of, it seemed to be 90% of the stuff need to be replaced in that structure. My main concern when asking for the updated report, I know you have different costs there, but I'm struggling to see how we would replace everything and have it replaced and still have it so much cheaper than replacing what we would have. And would it still meet the requirements of such a gallery space if we repaired everything?
Yeah, so it's a good point, but in the repair projects, we're still maintaining existing foundations. We're still maintaining kind of the structure of the building and completing those moisture gauge measurements within the main building. For example, we didn't find any signs of significant moisture accumulation within the wall assemblies. So we are expecting that those are performing kind of as intended. There is a presence of the vapor barrier as well. So in coming to those conclusions that we kind of added to the original facility condition assessment report, we're kind of confirming that the bones, for example, like the bones of the structure are sufficient. There aren't any structural concerns related with the main building. And in doing so, there are cost-effective solutions to repair rather than demo and replace.
If I could just jump in, your second comment was about, is this facility, if we invest this money, is this going to meet the needs of, the future? And that, is really well outside the scope of what we were asked to do. It's a very valid question. It's not something that we looked at in terms of, looking at what types of artifacts that want to be added what is the number of people that, do we want to accelerate growth or visitors coming to it? That sort of thing is it's not really something that we were planning to capture in our assessment. And we also wouldn't be the right people to do that sort of thing. That would be some other consultant, but it is a valid point.
Well, just to follow up on that, I'm talking about the current artifacts that are housed within the museum that are irreplaceable and that are housed there in the current situation. If we were to make these repairs, is that still going to be an adequate situation to protect those artifacts going forward and house them? We've been charged with keeping these things in perpetuity as the history of our town. I want to make sure that we are adequately storing them going forward. So is there any comment on the current structure if that meets the requirements? Or?
So one of the major issues in the main building is the distribution of ventilation, as Andrew commented on that. So we do expect that, like the investigations that we looked at leads us to believe that the building envelope is generally performing as intended. The issue is more related to HVAC, and so correcting those HVAC-related concerns should regulate the humidity and other ventilation issues. It's an airflow problem, not a building envelope problem. So that's in our opinion, a relatively correctable kind of thing. And provided it continues to be maintained, then the contents of the building should remain in good condition.
Councillor Halleroy, please.
Thank you, through you. First of all, thank you for a very good job in analyzing what needs to be done here. I just want to know if the project timeline, like you've analyzed, is based on the priorities of the need for repairs. Like, for example, I like that you've spaced it out to timeline, like some will happen in 2026 and some will happen up until, say, 2029. And I'm just wondering, is that part of your project plan, that if we were to go with this, it would be that you have specifically outlined it in such a way that the building continues to operate as these repairs happen phase by phase?
Yeah, absolutely. So most of those kind of front-end projects that are within the first, or within this year and then kind of the following couple of years, we've staged them so that, we're going to, recommend completing these foundation repairs as an example first, ensuring that those foundation or those repairs, once they've been completed, are performing as intended. And then you would follow up with doing your interior renovation upgrades, for example. And then in sequencing it that way, you're ensuring that your building envelope and your structure are performing as intended. And then you have the lesser risk of, having reoccurring drywall cracks if the foundation repairs aren't achieved first. And then you're, kind of just concealing an existing issue, but not actually repairing what the problem is. So we have broken down the projects to account for the kind of sequencing of the work. In terms of the ongoing operation of the building, the majority of those repairs and projects that we've put forth are mostly on the exterior of the building. Apart from some of the work for the mechanical equipment, they would have to go into kind of the drop ceiling spaces to add the additional ductwork, as well as the interior renovations obviously would have some shutdown time as well, I'm sure. But yeah, generally speaking, most of the exterior components would be able to maintain the operation of the facilities.
So just to be clear, at no point are we shutting down the Cheese Museum just to do renovations, correct?
Curtis?
Yeah, not that we foresee. I think it could definitely be staged so that, for example, for those interior finishes, because I think those would be one project that would kind of have the most impact on the day-to-day operations. But that could be staged in a way that maybe a portion of the main building is closed temporarily as renovations are being completed on the interior side. But then it could be sequenced so that other components of the building would still be able to operate as regular.
Can also plan the interior work to be done in the off-peak season so that it has minimal interruptions.
Curtis, please go ahead.
Yeah, just further to their points, like we would obviously, like when we're doing foundation work to the cheese factory, we're gonna have to close the facility down. When we do interior renovations to the back gallery, we're gonna have to close that down. We'll try to not have too many impacted at the same time. Try to stage them so that we're targeting certain areas at certain times and minimizing the impact on the overall operations. But it will be affected from time to time based on the renovations that are required.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Gentlemen, two things. Number one, can you supply us with your presentation? I don't think in the presentation we have, has the capital budget breakout or the facility condition index. That would be helpful if you could send that through to us. And number two, your suggested costs for these repairs, is this on the high end or is this on the low end or the median? And would you suggest there might be any, if it's on the median, would you suggest there might be any unseen costs that might be, and I know that's rub your crystal ball, that might cause this amount to increase?
So when we prepare these budgets, we base it on, there's a number of different factors. There's industry standard databases, there's our local, our own database of knowledge based on similar projects that we undertake and review with other contractors, getting quotes from them. We take this information, we typically apply or include a contingency allowance in the order of about 10%, 5 to 15% to different projects, as well as project management and engineering costs, again, in the order of 5 to 10% for the projects where we see appropriate. And as Andrew said, taxes. The future costs are inflated over time. In terms of what level of conservatism, if that's a word, is applied to it, we have applied what we think is a fairly conservative amount for, given the types of projects. We know that quite often public projects, there's contractors know that it's going to take them more time to work with municipalities. There's more oversight than compared to the private sector, so their costs are higher. So we've accounted for that. That said, there's a lot of uncertainty these days. Everyone's talking about it every single day, and whether these prices may go up 25%. That's something we can't predict, and so if there is a need to be even more conservative in these estimates, we could take these numbers back and say bump everything up by 25%, but we don't know. And as many of the prior comments about supplying local, working with Canadian manufacturers and distributors, that's ideal, but it's not always possible in construction. So those are just general comments, but to answer your question, we have made every effort to apply judicious but conservative estimates to these numbers.
Councillor Van Kooten-Bosses, please.
Thank you. Maybe through you to Curtis. I'm noticing in the resolution that we're receiving this as information. Is this something that you're going to bring back next month to us with some recommendations as well within a report, or are we going to be directed further tonight, or how will that happen?
So staff are working at we're taking another look at some of these recommendations and some of their advice. And ultimately, like, the first year, it's 300 and whatever $1,000 worth of work. We're into April now. We'd like to do some more analysis, see what we can actually accomplish within the reserves that we do have. Bring a report back that's gonna analyze sort of the first 3 years of work. And so that'll give you an overview. Ultimately, this is a higher level report that's gonna give you some guidance over the longer term. But we wanna break that down and sort of prioritize some of the projects over the next 3 years, provide costing, provide analysis, and we're working as a team, so across the museum staff, facilities staff, and asset management to try to accomplish that. So our hope is within the next month or two to bring that report back, but we wanted some time to do proper analysis so that we're giving council a fulsome picture.
Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is probably a question to either Curtis or the consultants. I know we're running a little bit late tonight, so are either the consultants or Curtis, are you able to consult with them and answer any more questions if we have any more after this evening in more detail than what we have here?
So I believe their contract has been completed, so we're compensating them for their attendance tonight. Any further work, I think they would require some compensation. But I feel pretty confident in our team that we can do some further analysis and put a report together that will advise council.
Thank you very much.
I have a question. We received a condition assessment, facility assessment in August of last year that led to this report. There's quite a bit of difference in the costing between those two reports and the things that we're seeing. And that's a concern of mine that we're not, if we had not asked for this report, we're going to rely on those other factors to be able to see those numbers. Is there a reason why there's such a difference?
I would say that in general, when we're conducting property condition assessments, they are intended to be a high-level overview of a building. And one of the main recommendations that will come from a facility condition assessment or PCA or BCA as it's often called, is further investigations. And those further investigations are what is needed to get more accuracy, more precision on the pricing, the priorities, the timing. And a lot of that is because those further assessments find other problems. We would not have known that the foundations of the schoolhouse were not deep enough unless we had done excavations. So typically, those other reports incorporate budgets allocated towards doing additional investigations if there are suspected problems. We don't typically recommend investigations unless there are specific issues that are either observed by us or brought forward by staff.
Okay, that's going to be the next question. Should we be doing a higher level of investigation on our buildings? I'm just going to go point to like the wood siding and put metal siding on it. It went from $35,000 to $55,000. That's a $20,000 increase on the same item within 6 months. It's very difficult for that as we try to budget these items going forward to try to, and that's just a single item. If we're going to rely on a original report and not do the further investigation on something, but any recommendations on how to avoid that?
Well, we're constantly incorporating information that we get as we conduct our work amongst all clients, building and reassessing our own databases. So when we do get contractor invoices or quotes for work, that information is sort of fed back into our own system. So any information moving forward would incorporate all of the, call it lessons learned from this project, and we can apply that to all of the future work throughout Ingersoll.
One item I forgot to mention in the presentation there as well, we did retain a contractor to help us with the cut test and the excavations. And part of their scope in working with us on this project was to review some of those budgets related to the exterior cladding. So they did provide some additional insight for this phase of the work as well to help try to refine those budgets. And in kind of the review process with Curtis and the rest of the team that we were working with during the project, there were definitely some notes regarding, we want to make sure that these values are conservative and that we're not going to have any kind of unforeseen influxes in pricing when we go to actually complete these projects. So we did add some additional contingencies as a result of that feedback.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I'll call upon Councillor Hudson, please.
Thank you. Through you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hughes, that the presentation from Jeremy Taylor and Andrew Romig of Cambium Incorporated regarding building conditions analysis of the Ingersoll Cheese and Agricultural Museum be received as information.
Discussion? All those in favor? Oh, sorry. No, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And our next presentation delegation has kindly, they had kindly withdrawn. And so now we will go down to our other section of presentation delegations. Mr. Brad Hurtner, please. Before you grow roots, that's a UTRCA joke, tree joke. Thank you.
Okay. I can start before it comes up on there. I just want to say, I'll try to make it brief tonight. Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. Thanks for the opportunity to present tonight. My name is Brad Hurtner. I'm the Coordinator of Community Partnerships at Upper Thames River Conservation Authority. And first, I just want to say that I was sorry I couldn't make the March meeting when this project first came up. But I want to thank you for your consideration and the approval of the council resolution that came to the March meeting and of your support for the project and the funding application that I'm going to outline today. So I'm just going to give a brief outline of the project and a review of the funding source that we applied to for funds for this project, and then an update on the progress so far. Just before I show some slides here, this started last April. We did some site visits at Ingersoll Parks with Kyle and Jamie from the town and my colleague Tom Call and I to look at park areas, sort of out of play park areas that would benefit from naturalization. Those areas naturalized would provide shade and erosion control, additional climate resiliency, additional habitat and biodiversity while reducing mowing, but not really reducing the active use areas of the parkland. And so that was a really fun visit. We visited, I was some places that I had been and some places that I hadn't been in Ingersoll, but we narrowed it really down to 6 sites that met the guidelines for naturalization that we thought to move forward, and I put together a naturalization plan for these areas over the summer. And just briefly on these, the one is along Halls Creek, along the Thomas Ingersoll Trail. And the areas for naturalization there would be working out from Halls Creek. Halls Creek is a really high quality, cool water stream, one of the best tributary sources, water quality wise, to the Thames River. And so adding additional riparian or tree cover within the 30-meter zone on either side of the creek is a big benefit to the creek to keep the water cool, provide habitat corridors, in addition to biodiversity, increased biodiversity and erosion control work. So not as much sort of mowing reduction here, but more of a purely habitat and water quality improvement projects here. And so in this site alone, on 5 small parcels, there's room for about 1,500 native trees and wildlife shrubs. And the proposal is to phase that planting in over 2 years, multiple planting days with local students and with on community days, community planting days. Oops, skip one there. The next site on the list was the Lions Park on Wanham Street, and there was some upland area out of the main recreation zone that we think would benefit from some naturalization there to reduce mowing, again, improve biodiversity and some habitat, room for 250 native wild trees and shrubs, and that could be done in just 1 year of the project. Again, with local students doing on field trips, doing the planting. Some additional planning, some planting has already been done at the corner of King Street and Ingersoll Street, and so we looked at some additional planting to fill in areas at this site and just to fill in some open space that's there. There's room for an additional 250 native trees and wildlife shrubs that can be added and planted in 1 year of the project. Another one of the large sites is the Garnet Elliott Park along the Murphy Drain. That's behind Lori Hawkins School. The lowland areas there would greatly benefit from some additional trees to fill in the gaps in the riparian zone. Another high quality cool water tributary that would benefit from increased erosion control and increasing the habitat size, biodiversity, shade, and buffering capacity of the riparian zone to make sure water quality is maintained through there. It benefits from also having a nearby school that I've worked quite a lot with on a number of different projects and field trips, and they're super interested in being involved in the project. How great to be able to just walk the students down to participate in the planting right beside their schoolyard, but also in natural area or in public areas that they can visit for years to come and see the fruits of their labor. That's a larger project. It can handle larger project site can handle about 1,500 native trees and wildlife shrubs, and that would take sort of 2 years to implement there. Sorry, I'll try and go. The next one's pretty quick. It's at the Edward Park. There's a slope on the side of that property that leads to some houses there. And it's, from our visits out there, it was a difficult area to mow. And so naturalizing the slope area would reduce the mowing and add a little bit of a buffer between the houses and the park, and a small amount of wildlife habitat there, but biodiversity and carbon sequestration and that as well. But a really small project, only about 65, mostly shrubs would fit along that section. And then the last one is at Lorne Moon Park, another large, fairly new park that has quite a lot of mowed space. And so we, to keep quite a lot of open space there, but to frame the area with some naturalization to sort of buffer some of the out-of-play areas, reduce a bit of the mowing, and create a natural buffer between the houses and the parkland there. Again, lots of benefits, and about 750 native trees and shrubs there. So we had those sites together, put together the naturalization plan for those. Over the summer, I became aware of a funding source that was a good fit for this project with the Green Municipal Fund. It was Growing Canada's Community Canopies. That's a lot of letters, but it's GCCC as the fund. We had never applied as a conservation authority before to this fund. We kind of thought we were ineligible, but we found out that we could apply to this fund if we had a municipality as a partner. And so this fit really well. We had a willing municipality as a partner and a great project to apply for. And so I started the process with help from staff to start the funding application process. It's a really interesting fund. I do a lot of funding applications. This one's really interesting in that you get a program officer, like somebody to help you through the application process that meets with you virtually and on the phone and answers all your questions about it. Usually you just download a funding application and you're on your own and you're given a deadline to submit it. And so it was really nice to have that support through the application process. Once the application is submitted, you actually get then a different person to guide you through the approval process. And so you have an opportunity to refine your application and add to it. They review it and give you feedback, and then you can resubmit additional documents. It's a really great process, and one that I think This is a first for us at the Conservation Authority and one we're going to model in other municipalities in our watershed. So we're happy to have the Ingersoll as the first partner on this one. And we're really hopeful of success here. The feedback we've gotten so far has been all really positive. They think the project is great, meets all their sort of criteria. They're doing the review of the first review of it will be done at the end of April. They're going to give us some feedback, and then we'll have a window of time to make improvements to the project if we need to on the reporting. There's some elements in it that I hadn't had to apply for before. Because the project is 3 years, 2 years of planting and 1 year of maintenance and monitoring. We often get money for tree planting and very little money for maintenance or monitoring of the success. So we had to develop some protocols around that for submission into that. So that's a bit new, and I feel like if we're going to get some feedback on the application, it's going to be around that, and we may need to reframe that a little bit or edit it a bit before resubmission, but we're excited about that part of the process. They really want to ensure that the trees planted have the highest chance of success. So do we. And so having that year afterwards to infill where trees are lost and monitor the success, and so that you're replanting the species that are surviving the best and stuff to really will ensure the chance of survival. These are such public spaces that we'd like to have a high success rate so that the folks that are helping out will be able to go back and visit successful project sites. That's always a key, but having a funder that funds that part of it is really unique. So we're really excited about that. All told, sorry, just the summary page. It's 3-year plant project starting in fall of 2020, this fall, with just a little bit of work. Most of it will be starting in 2026. The review process is pretty long, but it's 2 years of planting, 1 year of maintenance and monitoring. The application was for $162,000, roughly, to plant over 4,300 native trees and shrubs on those sites. And we anticipate through school plantings and public events that will have over 1,800 students and volunteers involved in that planting. I've done tens of thousands of trees planted with thousands of volunteers, and it's my favorite part of my career. And I did a similar sized project on Cambium lands in like 2013 to 2018 in Ingersoll here, and we had overwhelming support from the local schools, many of which have check in with me every year to see when the next opportunity they can plant in their own town is, and we don't have to bust them to Woodstock or somewhere else to plant trees. So I'm really hoping to take that enthusiasm and apply it to local projects. The overall project total budget is about $350,000, and so the other half of the application is in-kind contributions from the Upper Thames. There's some Town of Ingersoll staff in-kind time, in event support, some site prep, those sorts of things. Also, quite a large amount of in-kind support from Thames Valley District School Board and London District Catholic School Board students, and we estimate the volunteer time at public events and incorporate their time as an in-kind contribution to the project as well. And also, I'll be doing some applications for some extra money to help fund the project. They like to see multiple funders in these projects. It benefits your application. And I know we can probably get some funding from TD. They support TD Tree Days with TD employees that we've done those projects in Ingersoll in the past. And I've reached out to TD and they're supportive of including Ingersoll projects in my applications for next year. So that's really it. Thanks again for the support.
That's it, eh?
The application. And I'm really hopeful on the approval on this one. One, because it's a great project. Two, it's a model that we can take to other municipalities in our watershed too. And so I'm excited about both of those things. So thanks again.
Mr. Graves.
Yeah, I'd like to really thank Brad for this. We're super excited about this project. We're glad to work with you, TRCA, on it. Council will recall we've got a goal in our strategic plan to plant more trees, and we came up with a strategy, and we've been hitting our targets, but we said we wanted to drastically expedite this. I've been working on this quite a bit and talking to some partners and stuff, and Brad, I'll be talking to you in the future because I might have another partner for us in this project, so we'll get in touch and we'll talk about that moving forward and give us more chance of success too. So this will drastically speed up our goals. Thank you.
Questions of the presenter? Councillor Use, please. I was going to say Rick, but.
Just one question. What is considered a wildlife shrub?
Yeah, so any multi-stemmed, like we consider trees single-stem woody plants, and multi-stemmed woody plants is a shrub for us, and we include those in our plantings often in the areas close to the creek because they have high survival rate when they're partially submerged in flood times. They grow fast. They provide very early food sources for local wildlife, often producing berries in the same year you plant them. And they're cheaper than trees too, so you can sort of stretch out your planting a little bit by adding the wildlife shrubs in there. It's the way forests grow naturally, is a mix of trees and shrubs. We even try to mix taller, higher caliper trees in lower and smaller trees, like to get a variety. So that the new plantings aren't just sort of a uniform blanket of sticks. You know, it's sort of a height. And we also mix in conifers when we can, like pine trees and stuff, so we get mixes of color and stuff to kind of try to mimic the way forests evolve naturally. We pick the species from the species that are growing best in the local area, so we walk in the nearby woods and see what's growing really well, and that's often the start of our species selection. But we'll also try to introduce some other species in the area that are suitable to the site, but maybe not present.
Further, Councillor Hudson, please.
Thank you. I was just curious, when do you find out if you're successful for the application?
That's a great question. They anticipate, they said about 3 or 4 months. They had a lot of applicants, and they have a very in-depth vetting process. One that we're involved with, which is nice. So it's not just, sometimes we have to put the application in and then we don't hear a word for 3 or 4 months, but at least this one we're in the process during that phase, that investigation or vetting phase, and we have chances to address any, if we missed a question somehow, or we're lacking a document, we can add that in during the process, which is really unique and great. I'm excited about that part of it. So.
Deputy Mayor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Did you have a longer list of spaces identified and you shortlisted it to these ones as kind of the most impact, or did you kind of stick with these ones from the get-go?
I think I included every site we visited on that site visit, but we picked spaces within each of those sites that was appropriate. The goal is not to close in all of the, it's trying to figure out which space should you leave and which spaces can you add some tree species, but not to decrease the amount of usable recreation space. I've had some before where we wanted to plant in a certain area, and it's helpful actually to talk to neighbors and stuff, because they'll say sometimes, oh, that's the toboggan hill, like don't plant there. It may look open now, but your trees are gonna get run over. But having town staff there, I mean, we got all of that information while we were looking at the sites, I think, so.
Further questions? Just want to thank Brad for coming. There's no shock, I'm a huge fan of UTRCA, been board member and past chair for a while now, and so it's great to be able to see that cooperation between the different levels. We get a heck of a deal partnering with our conservation authorities. We pay about $1 a residence in Oxford County, and they leverage about 88 cents on the dollar, or we pay about 12 cents, they pay 88 when it comes to category 3, which is, so they're excellent at what they do, and we have no reason not to partner with them for the betterment of our community. They're experts in what they do, and it's just going to be a great thing for our community, and it's amazing to be first through, and hopefully we're successful, and gives you another great tool to be able to use elsewhere throughout the watershed to meet the goals of all of our communities. So.
It's a 7-year window for funding, so that, in theory, if we were up against really stiff competition and didn't get it, we could resubmit the same application or an improved application, Or if we get it right off the hop, there's still a window for a phase 2 within the funding window to apply again too. So all good things. And thanks for all the enthusiasm. Great questions.
Excellent. Anything else? See anything? Then I will turn it over to Councillor Hudson, please.
Thank you. Through you, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hughes, that the delegation for Brad Hartner of the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority regarding naturalization be received as information.
Thank you very much. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, we are now go to our next delegation, which is very patient group from St. Jude's Parent Council. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Town of Ingersoll staff, and the public who's joined me, especially my dedicated volunteers that have come to show support as well. So my name's Erin Bechtel. I am a parent volunteer at St. Jude's Catholic School. This year, I'm currently holding the position of chairperson for our school council team, as well as the project coordinator for our new school snack program that we started in February of this year. So what I'm bringing you today is a proposal that ties forces between our group of dedicated volunteers that we've been able to recruit and train at the school. I have, I believe, 15 in total who are involved in our school snack program, in combination with the students and youth that you serve within the community at the Fusion Youth Center here in town. So just as a bit of a summary, I'm assuming, again, this has already been reviewed, so won't go over it in too much detail for sake of time. So currently, we have 2 volunteers per day who come to the school, put in a combined effort of 5 hours of work in the morning to put out a snack to each and every one of the 395 students that we serve at St. Jude's. As a means of cost savings, we have been working with some community members currently, St. Paul's Presbyterian Church here in town, who's allowed us use of their kitchen space once per week for our volunteers to go in and bake scratch-made snack programs that we can provide to the students. So when we initially kind of prepared our budget, I come from a background in food service. I've been working in food service for 25 years. I'm used to seeing like purchasing group numbers. So when I presented our budget to the school team, I was using our numbers based on, you know, the purchasing amounts that I would see through complete purchasing services, not really realizing that OSMP is not as large scale as some of the businesses who use purchasing services like CPS or Silver Group Purchasing. As well, in Ingersoll, there's not as many vendor options because we're not as in a condensed area. So essentially, like our timeline of events, we got approval in November for our snack program after presenting it in October. We applied to as much funding as we could, having a little bit of a late start. We received a startup fund from the Desjardins Foundations for $3,000, which covered the cost of all of our startup expenses for the program. Kiwanis Club has been a supporter of school programs. We got our funding through them. OSNP, we were awarded with our community dollars as of January of this year. Had a bit bump up in federal funding as well. Been able to kind of offset some of our spending with the baking. So for example, if I purchase a muffin through Produce Express or one of the other vendors that we've kind of gained contracts with, it costs us roughly about 77 cents per portion on a regular rate. Can work it down to about 56 cents if we kind of catch on to sales. So going into the kitchen, using vouchers that we've been provided through the OSNP student nutrition programs,
I can work the cost down of making a muffin to about like, something like 16 cents per portion. So there's a huge difference when we're feeding 395 students per day. That being said, there's still some difficulties with our current structure. And so personally, because I've put a lot of work into this project, and a lot of love and a lot of care, and I want to ensure its longevity. Currently, it depends a lot on me. I can't have it continue that way. Currently, I'm off on disability from work right now, so I have a little bit extra time between my medical appointments through the day where I can lend a hand. As well, though, my work that I'm able to do is minimized. So when we started at St. Paul's, the idea was myself, I would go in with a group of volunteers. Because of the timing where the church kitchen was available with all of the other programs that they're running out of that church, that was becoming an issue too. Hauling all of the ingredients, we can't leave anything there. They didn't have pans for us to use, so I'm bringing in, you know, like 15 muffin tins and like bins of 20 kilograms of flour, and trying to get that from the parking lot down to the basement in the kitchen has been a bit of a risk for me personally, as well. Again, time constraints of the other parents. A lot of the parents who do volunteer within the program, the ones that are available during the day are at the school doing the work. The ones who want to be baking, more available in the afternoons to evenings. The times that the kitchen's available didn't really meet their schedules. So because of that, we were looking for other options. And while exploring those other options, at first we were considering asking for authorization to use the fusion space, but then with some assistance, we have kind of spun this. I've been working with Craig and some discussions with some other people as well. We are already doing the work to do this baking program. How else can we help support our community? And what better way to support our community is to support the youth that's already being served at the Fusion Youth Center by not only sharing some of the skills that we have in the work that we're doing, but it'll also give us an opportunity to provide them actual food. If there are some youth who are being served there that have that kind of hardship and who need that extra food in their belly. So that is kind of where our proposal's coming from. Again, this is just a little bit of background on the financials. Not overly important, working really hard on getting the funding. Ultimately, what is important is that from my understanding, Fusion has had to reduce their food-related programming to 2 days per week because of the rising cost of food. That being said, Tuesdays and Thursdays, if I remember correctly from what Craig had said, are the only kind of later afternoon, early evening times where they are using that kitchen space. So essentially what we're proposing is, instead of struggling to keep this baking program work at St. Paul's, we instead take our team of volunteers, bring them to Fusion Youth Center, working within the schedule that's already set out, not changing any of the times, dates of the program that's already being offered, but adding to it, covering the cost of the ingredients, because that's something that we're currently doing already, and then using our skills to kind of help bring those kids into the kitchen, teach them some basic life skills that'll help them throughout their entire life, on top of skills that they can also use to get jobs once they become of age. Recipe costing, recipe development, expanding your volume of your recipes. It's not as easy as, okay, this recipe has a half cup of flour and I need to make a 12 times recipe. I can't just add 6 cups of flour to that recipe because it's not gonna work out. Most people don't know that until they have the unfortunate event of having a really bad muffin. But that's something that our team can kind of bring to the table and help teach them. We can teach them knife skills and just leadership and interpersonal skills. So on top of that, because they would be supporting our program at the school, there would also be opportunity for the high school students to earn their community service volunteer hours. So
I've been working closely with Craig. We've had quite a few conversations, and this has kind of developed over time to this idea of how can we partner, because he is in, I have the support letter here, which I believe was sent out with the agenda. He's very much in support of this partnership. He feels that it will serve the youth at the facility. It will also kind of alleviate some of the roadblocks and the stressors that we've had at continuing this program at the capacity that we've been currently doing. So that being said, we'll skip right through and welcome any questions that council or mayor you have.
Okay. Are there any questions of the delegation? Councillor Hughes, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Welcome. Great presentation. Great opportunity. Because you guys are part of the school council, you've already have all your police checks and all of that stuff that's already been taken care of.
Yeah, so all of our volunteers have their police clearance. The only thing would be if, so with our school, once we have our initial police clearance in, we sign off on authorizations year after year just to signify that we haven't had any new charges. Likely, we would need to get new police clearances for, to work within Fusion. So that's something that I believe Craig was already kind of putting aside, waiting, of course, for any kind of authorization here tonight. But all of our volunteers have had their vulnerable sector police clearance. I also, every single person who's working within the program has their food safety as well.
Okay, great. Next question. I know Kyle's not here, so hopefully Michael or somebody might be able to answer. How does that run up against the existing town staff that works in that? Because I don't think you guys are looking to be paid to
No,
do
we
any of
would
this.
be,
Okay.
volunteering our time.
The Fusion staff are aware of the proposal and they can fit it in with everything that's going on with the facility. I don't see any real problems that way.
That's all I got. Thank you.
I just have one quick question. Did you bring samples?
Not today,
Okay.
I'm sorry. We came in after a PD day, so we're a little stretched thin this week.
Councillor Halleru, please.
Thank you. Really nice to see us try to use our youth facilities to do some communal work. Thank you for that presentation. Now, the question I have is, I know you said it's already an existing schedule, so is it going to be having kids sign up for your program, specific kids that need to have those hours or skills, or how are you intending to incorporate our students?
So that is something that I'll be working with Craig closely to help facilitate. We are very flexible as to how this program looks. I've spoken with him about even splitting it up into different age groups. So it isn't just the high school students who we can incorporate into this program, but the younger students as well. Obviously, the younger students with a little bit more guidance and supervision as opposed to the older students. So it will really just, however he feels it would be best, we're willing to meet him there, and then I can bring feedback back to him after the fact.
Excellent. Deputy Mayor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. It's not necessarily a question, but more of a comment. I have had the pleasure of knowing Amy and seeing how creative people have to be to make 13 cents per kid per day work for this program. But I have never seen this level of creativity and perseverance and engaging your volunteers. So I give you all the credit for making this happen for the students, because it is not easy, but the payback is immense. But it does take sincere commitment from volunteers. So thank you for contributing that to our community. And I think we are very lucky to have that commitment kind of integrated into what will happen at Fusion. It is such a win-win opportunity, and I hope, other people will get to learn from you. So I'm in full support of making this happen. My second comment is just from my experience recently, police checks are very backed up. I'm waiting beyond 5 weeks for mine for some volunteering, so I'm hopeful that won't impede the work that you need to do through this program.
I'm crossing my fingers, hoping that there are a few people who've had some more recent police clearances done that I can just work closely with to get the project launched. And then once the other people, we can kind of incorporate them into the scheduling.
Councillor Hughes, you have a motion that you'd like to put forward.
I do. Moved by myself, Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Hallerow, that the delegation from the St. Jude's Parent Council regarding their request for use of the Fusion Kitchen space be received as information, and that the St. Jude's Parent Council be permitted to use the Fusion Youth Center kitchen kitchen space for the nice word, for the nutritionist snack program, subject to Parent Council entering into a formal agreement with the town outlining the terms and conditions of use.
Thank you very much. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Excellent. We are 3 minutes away from adjourning unless, so I'm looking for a mover and a seconder for this, that the council resolve to continue this April 14th, 2025 regular meeting past the hour of adjournment of 11 p.m. as established under the section 20.2 of the procedure bylaw, and that does require 2/3 majority. Is there a mover? Councillor Hudson and Deputy Mayor Wilson. Discussion. The only thing I'll ask is, when does council want to go to? We don't, but I would like some direction from council on that one. Till we're done? Okay. All those in favor?
Till we're done?
Oh, wait.
Or if we're able to move anything, can we try to move it?
Let's try to at least get through some delegations and then we'll have a discussion.
We need to stay for delegations.
So we'll try to get through some stuff here and then we'll have we can have a break and have a discussion. Okay?
Some of our reports maybe staff can look at.
So, yeah, so we'll at least go past the 11 o'clock hour. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried with a 2/3 vote. It was close. We'll go back to our thing here. And Mr. Komisky. It might be the first time anybody's got your name right, so welcome.
I'm usually in bed by now. Holy catfish. I think so. Good evening, folks, and I'll make this as quickly as possible. My name is Ted Komisky, and I'm a Rotarian. And I'm happy to be a Rotarian. We do a lot of things in our town. We're putting $100,000 committed to the multi-use center. We put $10,000 into the elevator at the Services for Seniors. Over 400 children at the Easter egg hunt that's coming up. We stock Smith's Pond with 2,000 trout and bring families together for the Fishing Derby Day. Hosting the largest golf tournament in Ingersoll with all proceeds going to charity. Organized and run the beloved Ingersoll Rotary Christmas Parade. Rink Mates, which is something very special for me. I go down on Friday mornings. It's called Rink Mates. And what it does is children and adults requiring special assistances. Over 60 people go down there. And the Rotary Club goes around with a bus to the schools paid for by Rotary. And the volunteers are there and any of the equipment they need. And it gives about 60 people a lot of enjoyment out on the ice. Please, come on down and see. It's unbelievable when the ice gets back in. We collect canned goods at the Christmas light display every year. Our commitment is for making a better community. Southwestern Public Health says that 1 in 5 people in Oxford County need assistance one way or another. Sounds rather high, and that's whether they need assistance, whether they go get it or not. But they do need it. And that's whether to pay the bills or to keep the heat on or to keep the water on or to sacrifice rent for food or vice versa, or looking after kids and giving them what they need. 1 in 5. Social services is not enough. As you know, certainly the county, the amount of dollars that can go out to social services to one person will not cover the rent like it is today. There's no way it can handle it. You imagine receiving a check at a month and not knowing whether that check is going to be able to go for food for the kids or rent and what other supplies can be added to it to make it work for you. The stress alone must be phenomenal. So our next project is a food warehouse. Going back about 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago at Christmas time, my sister, who was involved with the interchurch Christmas hampers, gave me a call and said, Ted, come on down here, we need help. They didn't get their turkeys in till quite late, and what happened was that their drivers from industries in town had to leave at 3 o'clock, so they didn't have enough people to deliver the hampers. So I brought my truck down, a bunch of us did. Fred Freeman was there too. We filled the hamper, filled the trucks and whatnot, and delivered all the hampers that were required. You realize last year it was close to 900 hampers. 600 of food and 300 or so for Christmas delights and whatnot. It's needed badly. But the problem was when I was there, the warehouse that they had down on the old marketplace, the old Motormore building, if you're that old, and leaked, and there's no heat. Your volunteers are likely over 70 years old, and they're working away in the cold and trying to make things happen for people who are less fortunate. I said right then that I'm going to find them a home. And so it's taken me over 2 years to finally have a deal with Doug Yates of GM, who I knew quite a while ago. And we talked about it, and we now have a contract signed for 10 years lease of the gymnasium across from the seniors, services for seniors. And so that's what we're going to do, is we're going to put it into shape and we're going to make it work. I guess you say, why? I guess it's because you don't realize until you're out there what the needs are, and I didn't. I originally started this project because of Interchurch and the Christmas hampers. Well, the more I got involved with it, I'm finding I'll have to read them because I don't know them all. Food Rescue Feeding Oxford, it's ICF, and it's the Rotary in Kiwanis and St. James Church, Salvation Army, it's Stitch, Interchurch, Cycles of Life, ISSI. All these people are trying to put food and different things together to feed people in Ingersoll. And it's sad, but you don't realize how many people go to those Cycles for Life at the Masonic Hall, and the ones that go up on the Legion, and the different ones, the food sources that have to happen because people need it. But the problem is, as I drive to Tillsonburg and back with my truck full of food, and I'm not the only one that does that on a weekly basis to a food outlet down their warehouse that already exists. Some of them drive to St. Thomas to bring food here. But what do you do with it when it comes back? You can only have that food available for that moment. And why? Because you have nowhere to put it. There's no place to store it. And so that's what's needed. But before all the shelves and the different things can be looked after to be able to store all this stuff, a lot of work has to be done to the building itself. Somewhere along the line, it hasn't been used for 12 years. So when I opened that door, it not only smelt bad, but there was garbage all over the place because it had been vandalized a few years before. They didn't do anything about it. I think they just boarded up the windows and locked the doors, turned the lights out. And I don't think they turned the heat off either. I don't think they paid attention to that. They did turn the heat off before they turned the water off. All the lines, all the water lines are broken and smashed. Everything's gone. And it needs to be cleaned. There's mold in it because on the ceiling, that has to be removed. And so a list of things that have to be done is furnace and air conditioning, about $3,500. Bathroom and plumbing is about $1,200. Cleaning and sealing repair, and that's the mold removal and anything that's fibrous that has mold on it. Doors and windows, about $10,000. The electrical repairs, we figure about 7. That should do it because we have volunteers. Roof tightening down, and it has. We had the roofers on there. I don't know if anybody saw them or whatnot. They went all over that roof, replaced every screw and tightened that roof back down because they had a few leaks, but we seem to be fine now. So that's been addressed and looked after. The security and incidentals. The total is about $120,000. This is something that the town needs to do. We can't have people traveling all over the place to get food to bring back to Ingersoll. We need a warehouse here so that we can store it and look after it. This building is not going to be used for anything else for Rotary whatsoever. In fact, Rotary is only looking after the building itself. And then there's another board that has a member from all of those charity outlets that I talked to you about. They're on that board. They're controlling the inside. They know how to deliver food. Rotary doesn't. So they know what they're doing, and they're going to do it right. And I believe Steve Tate chairs that, and he knows how to set it up, and that's what they're doing, is working together. And that's a big, big thing, to have these groups. No more silos in that aspect, but to be able to work together and make something happen. And that's what we need to do, because we can't afford to lose volunteers. We can't afford to have people quit because the working conditions are bad and it's costly to go back and forth and unsafe in the winter. What'll happen is this group then will organize with trucks to go around, which St. Thomas does right now, go around all the supermarkets all over the place from Paris to Windsor, and there are skids of food being thrown out, taken to the landfill. You wouldn't believe the amount of food that goes to the landfill. But this could house it, and they could use it. They are going to put in refrigerators and freezers and be able to maintain that. Help us help those who fall through the cracks. I know that budgets are set, but I know that the needs are able to be found if the needs will help the community as strong as this needs it for food. Now, I'm not coming for, if you have 120,000 you'd like to give us, that'd be great. Rotary has already put in 25,000. J.J. McGuire has put in 10,000. Knights of Columbus have put in 5,000. Reeves Foundation has put in 5,000. 2 private donors have put in $10,000. Cambium Local 88 has put in 5,000. I'm already at 60,000. And anything that the town can see fit to be able to help this project and get that building in shape so that these people can get this work done. That's it. Did I fall under the 10 minutes?
Somewhere around there.
Do I get anything more?
I'm proud. We're proud of you.
Questions?
Questions of the delegation? I don't see anything. Any questions? Okay.
Ted, I want to thank you. Honestly, I know you've been working on this for a very, very long time, and I've watched the energy that you've put into it. Our community needs it, absolutely. I sit at Kiwanis table, you know that, everybody knows that, and this is something that our community absolutely needs. I was just quickly talking with Khadija, because Councillor Hellerose, she has the motion. I don't know what anyone else around this table is thinking, but I was proposing around 20. And I think it needs to be discussed before we can put it into a motion, if that's possible, Mr. Mayor. Just because I think that we need to do something, and I don't know if it's necessarily, we do something this year, and I'm looking to our treasurer to see where it might come from. I don't think that we have that in our special funds in that respect. I don't know if our CAO has any thoughts as well. But I think that it's something that we need to do. This would help a lot of people in our community. And if we can try to be creative and figure out where we can go with this, and then maybe it's something that we look at as going in the future as well, that if you're going to ask for funds, I know you'll come the proper way because you know those proper ways as well. But this is something that has come up since us doing our budget. So I just put that out to everybody and have you think about that, and maybe our CAO or our treasurer can help me out that way.
Is there anything you have to add, Mr.?
We're tired and
I know.
grouchy. But
Maybe the treasurer could speak to the amount that's been allocated from that fund.
Well, I can assure you, we don't have extra $20,000 in our operating budget. But if council approves this motion is passes, then we will, I can't think, I have ideas, but I just don't know, but we'll find the funding.
At the end of the year, we had a budget for, say, different clubs that came and asked, and I wondered if we could estimate how much we have at the end of this year, and proactively basically offer some part of it. I wasn't sure if there was going to be an immediate number that is available, but not that we can't afford that number, except that we look into places where we know that we've gotten the ask from these other separate clubs. I'm very, very honored that you did this and brought something to Ingersoll. I know the Helping Hands has been recently just struggling to help coordinate the food and the giving, and I think this is amazing because I've always felt like Ingersoll needed a spot where our own residents could easily access. So
The
this
scary
is
thing is that it's not going to get any smaller over the next few years.
Yes, and it's getting bigger, and we are very grateful that this has now finally come to Ingersoll. However, because again of the budget, I was just thinking more how we could make this a significant give without rushing into it. I know it might be an immediate need, but I'm looking at whether Irina can take a look, maybe give staff a chance to take a look at where we could find some money, because this is a local project.
That's my eloquent statement. That's a good point, and that's something we could look at as staff. We do have a report we're working on for one item. We could bring back a report at the next council meeting, say here's how we might accommodate that. Will you have that one next month? Is that what you're thinking, that one you and I were talking about?
Yes, so I was just thinking. So we will be bringing report to council for 2024 financial results. So we can potentially allocate a portion of the 2024 operating surplus. That's one of the options. Unfortunately, we don't have any budget left in the grants for the volunteer organizations because whatever was allotted, we expensed already because we tried to budget to applications that we received at the time. So that's the surplus would be one of the sources that I can think of at this point. We may have other recommendations for next meeting.
So the way that I'm thinking it, because as Ted knows, the budget has already gone, but as you have some current funding right now, is this something that is possible to know that we are going to work with you to support you, but not have the funds readily available and have it in our next budget, or if there's something that comes up that we can find?
When anyone comes before council,
It's because it's desperate.
any assistance is good.
Yes.
And so I would never argue with the time frame on anything. All we know is that we need to get this building in shape quick to get it rolling, to get it activated, and it can't roll the way it is right now. And so with heating and with cleaning's a big thing. Cleaning's a big number, and so anyway, but hey, I'm here to accept.
Councillor Hughes?
Thank you. I'm just looking at the motion here. It says that you can draw it from the council's marketing promotion budget. Is that still a good
That's
spot?
probably not really applicable to this.
Okay.
It's to the.
That's what I thought,
To
but
the
I
next
just seen it here and I'm
application.
going,
Yes. Well, we eventually will expense to this line, is how we're going to fund it. because it hasn't been budgeted for in 2025 budget.
So maybe at this time, because there is it looks like there's a want to provide funding, why don't we maybe talk about a number, and then we can direct staff to look at something, then they can find out where we can get a report back at the next meeting about where that would come from. I don't want to put staff on the spot where they don't have the resources available to answer that. So maybe that's something that we can solve one issue, and then we can solve the other issue at a later time.
So do I amend this motion to the first to receive it as information and to direct staff to look into how we could find a possible amount? I can amend that.
Yes, you can.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and read the motion. So moved by myself, Councilor Halleru, seconded by Councilor Vecchio Bostons, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive the delegation from Ted Comiskey of the Ingersoll Rotary Club as information and request and direct staff to find a total of $20,000 to be donated to the Rotary Club. A seconder for that? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moving to seconder discussion. Deputy Mayor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Is that enough direction to staff? Perfect, then I'm good.
Okay. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Next, we will go to our next delegation. Charlie Hewitt, Jay Petasenko, please. Ingersoll Lions Club.
Mayor, Town Council, staff, thanks for having us. Charlie, you wanna say?
Thanks for seeing us, and thanks for your support so far.
Last year, I guess I came up with an idea to kind of throw a festival in town called Good for the Soul, which I think by the report that we turned in, I think it actually turned out to be another one of those things. Kind of, I know Ted needs some money too, and I understand, you know, it's kind of hard to be asking for money, but we'd really like to do it again this year. From the day after the show, I haven't been able to go anywhere without someone asking me, what are you doing this year? What are you doing this year? What are you doing this year? And I haven't really been able to say yet. I can tell you I have another really, hopefully epic night planned. And I don't know if we can have Good for the Soul, Ingersoll's Music Festival, without the town of Ingersoll behind it.
We had, we were expecting 1,000 people, give or take. It turned into 4,000 people. We raised some good money at the bar, but that allowed the Lions Club to spend a lot of money in the community. It all goes back to the community. The Lions Club is bankrolling this thing on a, you know, we're cutting the checks, but we can't bankroll the whole thing. We need, and the town has to be behind us. It's a municipal thing, so we're hoping for some support from the town and the BIA and
the chamber would be nice. As you can see, I changed the color of the logo to the Canadian flag colors because I think now more than ever, we need to stand together as a country, a community. And, you know, like I said, I submitted a bunch of Facebook posts, you know, just hundreds, saying it was like the best night they've had in years. We need to do it again. I'm not gonna go through them all. They're all there for you to read. I know the town, you did your own report, and the economic, what it brought into the town. And I'm looking forward to doing it again.
Yep. Could you maybe expand on what your plans are this year for, maybe not the, I know you don't want to say the acts yet, but maybe what the goal is of the festival.
So the goal of the festival this year, obviously, once again, is to raise money. All the money goes to the Lions Club, not to Studio 73, to be redistributed. But I would like to focus on the new arena. We've talked about donations at the door instead of a ticketed event, still keeping it free, but kind of a pay what you can. I've talked to Ingersoll Minor Hockey about possibly having some hockey players go around. I'm in communications right now with Ella Shelton's publicist, trying to get her involved, see if we can't drum up some money. I know I tried getting Craft Hockeyville off the ground with Rob Tremblay there a few weeks ago, but unfortunately we did not have the support that we needed. So let's try round 2, and hopefully we can get some money towards it. And, you know, eventually, like I said, if we can get this new arena off the ground, I couldn't see why we couldn't hold concerts in it too, later, right? And, you know, we're off the 401. We could literally, people will go to Kitchener, people will go to London, we can bring more people into the community of Ingersoll.
Councillor Hallery, please.
Thank you. Thank you for all the effort you put into the last event. My question is, have you thought of finding funding through any other source?
Well, yes, I've reached out to all of our sponsors from last year, and I would say, I think there was maybe a couple of the lower businesses that said no. So yes, yes, I have.
What about through the ministry, like the Ministry of Culture?
So
whatever.
there was I believe, I was through Tourism Oxford, they had given me a contact, and they did have one festival grant, but the conditions to meet it had to be a 2-day festival, and you had to have 5 hours of programming on each day. Now, we have considered the fact of doing a 2-day festival, but not this year.
Okay.
Eventually, maybe I would like to grow it. You know, we have talked between Mayor Petrie and I, and having one night that's free and one night that's paid to maybe offset costs. But right now, after the success of last year, I think if I do throw a ticket price in there, it might, you know, I'd like to grow it another year.
My question to you, follow-up, would be, have you considered making it something that is biannual so that it's actually a bigger deal, and then have an opportunity to put in a request against the next budget?
Okay, yes, to be totally honest, I was unaware that we needed to request it in the budget. I thought last year when we did it, that it was gonna become an annual thing, because that's why we named it Good for the Soul, Ingersoll's Music Festival. So I just assumed that it would have been in the budget. And when I returned home from my vacation after last year's festival, one of the first messages I got was, why isn't this in the town's budget? I made a phone call and someone said you had to apply for it. Well, nobody said we had to apply for it, and I just assumed that the town would have applied for it on its own if you're gonna have a music festival named Ingersoll's Music Festival.
Well, so follow-up. So now that we know, is it something, I would say this year, considering the environment that we're in with our GM layoffs and so many other things, I would say if you could put in a request against next year and focus more on fundraising, creating more awareness, and getting, because I feel like as a town, we have shown that support and that foundational seed, startup, and we might be able to continue to do that. But as you've heard, we're trying to figure out a way to find the money, and I would also consider maybe planning against 2026 and making sure you got all of that money and all of that publicity, because I somehow feel like this year may be a rush with everything that we're experiencing right now and the uncertainties.
I was ready to go in January.
Really?
Right? I was ready to go in January. I was expecting it, like that was what I wanted. I mean, last year I had 5 weeks to do this. This year I got maybe another 4 on top of that, right?
Deputy Mayor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Some of your previous comments, I think, kind of alluded to some of the confusion. So I went back and watched your presentation from last year just to kind of refresh my memory about what you did and what the request was. And the request was for seed funding, which under our policy means just a little bit of money once to get it off the ground.
So that was probably the confusion. There wasn't necessarily the expectation from that conversation that it was ongoing funding. And that conversation can happen, but that's maybe
Okay.
where it got mixed up.
So I just wanted to say that I think, agree with what Jay has said. I have just heard nothing but good things, and people want this to happen. I think even in hard economic times, that having that event where people can come together and participate, I think the other sponsors from our great business community is one of the questions I asked right off the bat was, are they in? And I know that you've done some work on that, and it sounds like they want to be a part of it. I know there was, we're lucky to have a diversified economy where people can come together and support. There were some that weren't able to support last year because of different things, and they've come to the table. So I think that I've certainly provided advice on the budget cycle to the group, and I think I have full understanding of that process now and how to work through that. But I think that it was a successful event, and our community really did miss it. We have a gentleman in the audience that worked very hard for 20 years to bring that entertainment to our community, and it was something that was, times run all things, but it was something our community loved because of that, and to have something again come to our community was greatly appreciated, I think, by it. So we have a Lions group that's willing to step up, and they took it on at last minute last time, and they ran with it, and now they're willing to do it again. But I think that there's that always opportunity to not only have a great event, but also have that money go back into our community through them is a good thing that I wouldn't want to miss. Councilor Van Kootenbossen?
Well, Jay, you and I have talked. You know that I'm in support of this. I'm looking at the motion though. So from your comments, I'm assuming you're not going to need Yvonne Memorial Park then from the 22nd to the 24th this year. You're looking at building for one more year and then possibly looking at it being an entire weekend then in that respect?
That'll depend on the success of this year and where that goes, but.
Right, no, but I'm saying, like, we have within the motion that I can read, that you were requesting Yvonne Memorial Park from the 22nd to the 24th.
Right.
So essentially, I would be taking that out and just going with the.
No. The Friday, we bring in the stage and we get set up so that on
Okay.
Saturday morning. So we still take it for the 3 days.
Okay,
The
sorry.
equipment comes in on the Saturday night and we start setup, because otherwise.
Yep.
It's too big of a setup to pull off on the day of the show.
Okay, nope, that's
And then
fine,
we
I
tear
just
down
was,
on the Sunday, just because by the time everyone's done work, like now, we're gonna be tired and, we go back on Sunday to clean up.
okay, thank you.
Councilor Hallery, please.
Okay, so my question is, so if we're not able to get that funding to you this year, you're still able to host it?
We're going to have to change something.
Yeah,
We're kind of counting on a little bit of funding from you guys to,
yeah.
this is promoting Ingersoll. This isn't,
Yeah, this is something that we all support for sure. I mean, this was an amazing event for the town. I was just trying to look for where we would find the money, and as you can see, it's just really something that I hope doesn't affect you, but if it does, I was just wondering if we could then make it something but if you don't get the money, then what happens?
That I'm not sure, because I was under the impression that we
We would.
probably would, and I've already been in contact with bands, which means I may be paying for bands for a festival that isn't happening.
All right, I don't know what else to say other than if Irina can
Councilor
answer.
Hudson, please.
Hi, Jay. Thanks for coming out and thanks for your presentation. I just want to say you put a lot of work into that yourself, and the hours are countless, I'm sure, which you're not getting a dime for. Getting a fun night, but you're also working your butt off to get it. I'm in support. I didn't get to make it last year because I was sick, so I would love to go this year. Yeah, and I don't think what you're asking for is too far beyond what we could try to do. We did it last year. It was successful. I'm in support of doing it again this year.
I think we're just, if there's any further questions of the delegation, I think we're just, Councilor Van Kootenbossen has the motion, she just clarified. Thank you very much. We'll just wait for clarification.
Thank you.
Okay, let's all meet at the CIBC across the road later this evening.
We're not done yet. We're not done.
Pizza's smelling good, it's gonna be cold by the time we get there.
All good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it.
Thank you. I'm sorry. We're gonna. We need to look at budgets as well. What's that? Yeah, wait.
Sorry, I apologize. So moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor Wilson, that the delegation from Charlie Hewitt of the Ingersoll Lions Club and Jay Penasico of Studio 73 Digital Media regarding the 2025 Good for the Soul Music Festival be received as information, and that council approve the Ingersoll Lions Club sponsorship request of $10,000 for the Good for the Soul Festival to be expensed from council's marketing and promotions budget, and ask staff to bring back a report next month on all the particulars. Okay, and that council declare the Good for the Soul Music Festival an event of municipal significance, and that council approve the use of Yvonne Memorial Park from August 22nd, 25 to August 24th, 25, and that council allows exemptions from the town's special event permitting process and noise bylaw to allow for the entire area of the venue to be licensed for alcohol consumption. Not a problem.
Discussion. We all get it free, right? Discussion? Councilor Van Kootenbach?
The only thing that I'm going to say is I'm glad to hear you asked minor hockey. Remember that we have a girls' side as well. Okay. They're not under Ingersoll minor hockey. They have their own. Perfect. We're going to need lots of help down there, right? So we want to make sure everybody's in. Okay. I'm just making sure, Jay, you know I'm keeping you on your toes tonight.
I know a mother who has her daughter in that league, so I'm pretty sure she can put a good word in for you.
Once the meeting's over, I have no problem telling you who's coming.
Okay. Discussion?
But we
Sorry.
cannot put it on social media.
We're gonna vote. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And that takes us to our vast, very patient delegation. Melissa McLean, please come forward.
Ted, you're not staying for a while. Thank you for your patience. Considering very tired. So I am coming to you guys to see if I can get an exemption. We do have 5 German Shepherds in our house right now. 2 of them, one of them is my son's that had to move back home due to high costs of living. He is only here until he finds unaffordable that he can afford to go to. Because I wasn't going to leave him on the street. And I wasn't going to tell him, you can have your pet. Because to me, that's not fair. Because he's a single guy, and that's the only dog he ever had, and it's his best friend. My daughter also has a dog. She had to move back home due to an abusive relationship with both of her children. One is autistic, that also has a dog that he has due to his disability. Our Chihuahua is actually being put to sleep as of Friday. She's 17 years old and she has a lot of medical issues, so we have decided to put her to sleep. But both of our female dogs are spaded. We have got them spaded, and our other male dog is actually being neutered as of next month. So, no puppies. Thank God. But, you know what I mean? My son's only there temporary until he can find a place of his own, hopefully closer to his work. But my daughter, she is with us a little bit longer due to needing help with her two boys. So, you know what I mean? I'm asking for the exemption right now. My son is planning to move out with his girlfriend. It's just trying to find something that he can afford on his budget. But our daughter, unfortunately, has to stay with us until she can feel safe enough to go back out on her own, due to not good situations. So all of our dogs are all up to date in shots. We have spent a lot of money in getting them neutered and spaded. We do have a 7-foot fence around our house. We've lived there 11 years, never had any issues, until our new neighbors moved in a year ago. So, you know what I mean? Like, they expect, I have kids. I have autistic kids that are loud. You know what I mean? They expect quietness. And unfortunately, that's not reality. We're in a neighborhood full of children, full of animals. I have 3 German Shepherds across the road. You know what I mean? I have 2 bull mastiffs that are on the other side. You know what I mean? Like, it's, if my dogs are barking, I bring them back in my house. You know what I mean? Because I don't like to hear them bark and bark and bark and bark, because it's annoying. So, you know what I mean? If they are barking outside, I bring them in. You know what I mean? It's not like they get out of my fence. It's not like they're over in their property or this person's property. They're in their fenced backyard. You know what I mean? If I take them out for a walk, I take them out for a walk. They're on leashes. They're not off leash. I don't see what the, you know what I mean? I think it's just more of the neighbor just being a jerk.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll take any questions from council. Councillor Hughes?
Have you had any issues with bylaw being to your house too?
Never. This is the only problem I've had, and I've been in Ingersoll for 25 years.
Okay, perfect.
I've had pets the whole 25 years. Never, ever had any issues.
Councillor Halliburton?
So is this a report that came to you?
I guess, yeah, it was just a report that I have 5 dogs. You know what I mean? It wasn't nothing that, the bylaw officer, it was nothing that, oh, your dog got out and chased me down the street. It was just, you have 5 dogs. Well, no, our Chihuahua that we've had 17 years is put to sleep. So technically we had 6, but as of this Friday, we will have just the 5. She is scheduled to be put to sleep.
Any further questions?
But come my son finding him a place, it'll just be the 4 of us.
Seeing no more questions, thank you very much. And as a former Chihuahua owner, I probably got my vote.
She's this big, but let me tell you, my 120-pound German Shepherd runs like a little sissy. From a 4-pound Chihuahua.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for being patient. Appreciate it.
You guys enjoy your night.
Yeah. Deputy Mayor Wilson, please.
Moved by myself, we'll see how Councillor Bowman feels, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receives staff report C 013-25 as information, and that council approve the exemption to bylaw number 01-3989 to allow 5 dogs temporarily on the premises of 133 Mutual Street, subject to the applicant, Melissa McLean, agreeing to the conditions detailed in this report.
As the seconder in agreement? I'm good with it. Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, have a good night. So, yeah, let's at least do a break here. We need to have a serious discussion though too, as we get almost in the next day here, so.
Pizza in the next room.
So I would say that, yeah, we'll have to have a discussion, we'll come back, but let's move for a motion to recess for 10 minutes. Moved by Deputy Mayor Wilson, second by Councillor Hughes. Discussion. All those in favor? Carried. All right. get the 19th on there?
Yes, I do. Moved by myself, and we'll see how Councillor Bowman feels
Yep.
again. That the correspondence item from Zora Township dated February 19th, 2025 regarding rural road safety be severed from the consent agenda and considered as correspondence and resolution item at the May regular meeting, and that the remaining items contained on the April 14th, 2025 consent agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you very much. Discussion? Councillor Hughes?
Thank you. I just have one comment really about the consent agenda. I was going through the reports over the weekend and I noticed, a lot of places were, a lot of different facilities here in Ingersoll are putting their attendance records, but they're not saying what the attendance was previous year. So to have a comparator to see what is it going up or going down, I'd like to, if possible, to see those comparators put into the regular staff reports moving forward.
Duly noted.
Duly noted. Thank you. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens for the minutes for the March 3rd, 2025 regular meeting, please.
Okay. Moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor Wilson, that the minutes of the March 3rd, 2025 regular meeting of council be adopted as presented.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And Councillor Bowman, the April 2nd, 2025 special meeting minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Bowman, seconded by Councillor Hudson, that the minutes of the April 2nd, 2025 special meeting of council be adopted as presented.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We are now going to head down to bylaws. There's some business of there, and if council is of agreement, then we will try to schedule the rest at a separate time. But there's some stuff we have to do in bylaws. And Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens, I believe you have Councillor Hughes, you have a revised motion for bylaws, please?
I do. Moved by myself, Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Hallerue, that the mover have leave to introduce and go into committee of the whole on the following bylaws. Bylaw number 25-5384 to designate the bandstand in Memorial Park as being a property of cultural heritage, value of interest. Did I miss something?
Please continue.
Thank you. Bylaw 25-5385 to dedicate and assume 1 foot reserve on Plan 41R-10783 being part of Part 1, Block 70. Bylaw number 25-5386 to repeal and replace 24-5334 pre-servicing agreement. Bylaw number 25-5387 April confirmation bylaw. Council in committee of the whole, Mayor Petrie in the chair. On motion, the bylaws are accepted as circulated.
Thank you very much. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We're in committee of the whole. Would anybody discuss the bylaws? Seeing none, Councillor Hallerue, please.
Yes, thank you. Moved by myself, Councillor Hallerue, seconded by Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens, that the committee do now rise out of committee of the whole.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens, please, third reading.
Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor Wilson, that bylaws 25-5384 to 25-5387 be now read a third time, passed, signed, and sealed, and that this constitutes the third reading of the bylaws.
All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Deputy Mayor Wilson to adjourn, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bowman, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll adjourn the April 14th, 2025 regular meeting of council at 11:57 p.m.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. We'll figure out the rest. And be prepared for a special meeting.
Why did we eliminate the bylaw